Welcome. Next stop, the Fashion Bunker. Please sit back, relax and enjoy your journey. Welcome. Next stop, the Fashion Bunker. Please sit back, relax and enjoy your journey.
Hello? Dancing. Peace. Welcome, everybody, to the, what is it? Midweek live stream. We're talking a quiet luxury today, okay? So we are in the quiet luxury courtroom. I am wearing a quiet luxury attire, okay? A handmade oversized shirt, quiet luxury. We have a little bit of, jewelry there, but no branding on it. Makeup is toned down, darling. We are very quietly luxurious. This hairdo, it looks so simple and just, quiet luxury. Took 2 hours to do, even though it's just so randomly almost out of bed look. It's that manipulative, if you know vibe. This is the topic of this live stream. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hello, D. Higginbotham, Gloria Retinos, Caleb, Ollie, Debbie, Jenny Young, Please Send Fruit Gummy, Patrick Lynch, Brittany Heavenly 7, Callie's Groom Room, Ollie, Ashez, Dawn Spatz, Jesus, Monarch, Nico Pancakes, Kristen Martin, Corey K, Frozen Luxury, KDF, oh my God, Jay Bodie. Hi, everybody. There's so many people. Hi, everybody. So many people in the chats.
I do not have time for this. I do not have time for you.
Hi, Katie Brown. How's it going, everybody? Wow. Okay. Listen, we got a hell of a live stream. So we're going to have several topics today, but they're all connected to quiet luxury. And of course, instigated by a movement that has already started quite a while ago. People are tired of the logos and the branding and, the economical problems, the recession. Is it there? Is it not there? Yes, it's there. But then also in some cases, they're kind of scaring us into believing it's worse than it is. In some cases, it is worse than it is. In other cases, it's not. brands are kind of pushing more and more into that direction of the row, you know, if you know, you know. And then, of course, the kind of cherry on top of this cupcake, Gwyneth Paltrow's lawsuit. The skiing incident, which, yes, I am watching. I'm not watching it as religiously as I was watching Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's case, but I am watching it. And usually I turn on like the replay of the day right before falling asleep, and then I kind of watch as far as I can, and then I fall asleep. So I'm very, very busy at the moment, so I don't really have the time to dedicate my entire day to Gwyneth's frowny face. And well, the last thing I saw was the doctor, the guy who's suing her. I saw his interview, his deposition, his under oath testimony, right? And I thought to myself, yeah, you're pushing a little bit too, for me. And everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything is just my opinion. I thought to myself, hold it. You is a little bit too victim-y for my flavor. You know, we nibble on that cookie, we taste the cookie and we go, yeah, it's giving victim too much. It's over-victimized. That cookie is like over-baked. That cookie is a little bit over-victimized in my opinion. Okay. Everything alleged. Yeah, Katie, I'm going to be famous. The daddy's famous now. I mean, like, I understood his deposition, understood what he was saying. Like, I wrote this to my girls to not like make them be afraid or for their dada. So I chuckled it off like, with Gwyneth, you know, the incident was with Gwyneth. So daddy's famous now. Like, I wouldn't use that against him. I know lawyers are, not all of the lawyers, like we got a couple of amazing lawyers here with us in the chats, but lawyers can be quite nasty when it comes to trying to turn stuff around and make it sound like it's something that I mean, most of us would have said something similar, like, oh, you know, like if Gwyneth Paltrow hits you on the ski slopes,
how dare you?
I would also be like, I mean, who wouldn't? If you're going to write your family, you're like, what happened? It was an incident. What are you going to write them? You're going to say, yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow hit me on the slopes. You know what I mean? Like you would, I don't know. I mean, actually, you know what? No, wait, hold on a minute. I'm thinking about this. Like, I'm really envisioning myself being hit by, well, that depends, you see. I mean, if Jake Gyllenhaal hits me, then we just let him hit me, you know what I mean? But if somebody hits me that I don't want them to hit me, like, you know what I mean? On the slopes, like, let's say Gwyneth, if Gwyneth hits me, I would be like, could you believe the nerve of that being in total control of herself person? It was a ski and run. It was a hit ski and run. Yeah, I would not say I'm famous. I would just be, I would say something else. Okay. So I would be upset. I wouldn't think about, oh, look at that, daddy famous now. I mean, listen, we're just speculating here, okay? If somebody, we're not mentioning any names, had that happen to them, wouldn't they, random person, nobody in particular, wouldn't they be thinking, instead of saying, oh, I'm famous now, wouldn't they be thinking more like, I'm going to get rich now because I'm a sue for this?
$1,881.85.
Or in the case of Gwyneth Paltrow, she's suing for $1. So, yeah. And also interesting, somebody was doing the analytics of like what her net worth is, how much she's worth. I saw this online. Everything's alleged. Somebody was stating that she has like many, many millions, hundreds of millions.
4,000,000,513,520,000.
Something like that in her bank account. And basically somebody was saying the guy was asking to settle out of court, allegedly. Had she given him what he wanted, they were doing these comparisons. Like, let's say you got $50,000 on your bank account. He's asking proportionately the equivalent of $70. Like, proportionately, somebody was saying, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just repeating what I heard online. So like, if you say, if you have 50K on your bank account, if that's what your net worth is, allegedly the guy suing her is asking for $70, 70, proportionately to the entire amount that you have, which is 50K, right? Now, apparently she said, no, I want to televise this shit. You know what I mean? She's like, I want to televise this, okay? I want my Johnny Depp moment. I want my moment to shine. And I'm like, but shine? Okay. I mean, shine. Okay, shine. Yeah. Maybe, Gwyneth, we lift the smile up a little bit, just a little tiny, but we just give a little bit more. I mean, I get it. You're distraught. You don't want to be too happy either in a courtroom because you best believe the jury is judging. But you also don't have, I mean, I know she's used to perfect lighting when she's filming a movie. You got professional set designers and light technicians. In a courtroom, you got what you got. Okay, but the frog look, okay, I've just baptized that the frog look. I don't know if that's going to be trending anytime soon, if I have to be perfectly honest with you. And I'm really trying hard to work on my likability here while I am also throwing shade. How's that working for me? Bianca Del Rio, darling, why don't you come in and give me a tip? But now, oh, Tyla, she needs long bangs and heavy powder for that overhead court light. Just saying, the mouth, it goes very long all the way up to here and down. It's kind of like giving me, if the Frog World had movies, she would be the Joker in their Batman movie. In the Bayou. Just saying, huge fan of Gwyneth. So anyway, right. Okay. Now we're going to get to the outfits. We're going to get to the quiet luxury of the whole situation. Shade over for now, because I do have a couple of really interesting topics to share with you guys. Actually, we're going to start with a little video that, well, it's a last minute topic. We're going to start off not so much with quiet luxury, except if quiet luxury were silenced literally by empty shops. So if the luxury boutique or boutiques were empty, you would be forced to have quiet luxury, literally quiet. What's happening? Well, let's film the first topic. There has been huge conversations. No, not conversations. We're going to have to film this again. Let me stop. Let me pause this. Huge, not controversy, not conversation, topic, discussion. Why am I missing the words? Okay. All right, let's do this again. There has been huge discussions online about quiet luxury, but also lack of quality at Chanel. Well, seems like Chanel is double downing on issues that a lot of clients are having with them, because now they're also apparently coming for their sales associates too. Yes, this is really sad news. Quiet luxury, you say? Well, talk about literal quiet luxury when, let's say, a boutique is completely empty because you got no more sales associates working there and you get no more clients coming in. What am I talking about? Well, subscribe to my channel to find out. Also, push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today, gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob, all spelled together there for extra perks as well. Thank you to our members and patrons who already pledged. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. Hi, chat. Since over a week now, I have been receiving DMs, messages, secret screenshots have been taken, receipts have been sent over to me from different sources. I've been collecting. unlike some people, I actually prepare for a video and a topic. We won't be dissecting a real Evelyn bag in this video, but what we are going to be doing is this. Somebody sent me several days ago a message and that says, and of course I'm going to keep the identity of this person private. If this person wishes to say, you know, hi, I sent you the information, you can, in the comment section down below when we post this video later, of course, you can state your username. Don't give out your real name or anything. Don't dox yourself, okay? That's not good. We shouldn't do that ever. It's actually illegal. Don't do it. But what I'm just saying, I'm giving credit if the person decides to come forward. But they sent me a message coming from a Chanel sales associate that sent a message across to all their clients. Now, this happened about a week ago. And note to my clients, the message reads, Chanel has decided to make a decision to not pay associates commission any longer for Chanel handbags, costume jewelry, or accessories, effective April 2nd, 2023. Honey, this is in America, by the way. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything is my opinion. Everything's alleged, okay? So this is also just allegedly. The note continues, I have made the very hard decision to leave Chanel handbags and will be in another part, and I'm not going to say the address, obviously, but here's the place, like where they're drifting to another shop. I will be able to help you with anything within a network of this particular chain of shops. And so they're shifting to other brands within a bigger store, and they will be able to help their clients still with Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, Dior, Fendi. They also say that they will transition to personal styling. They will not have any more free time to help with any, and they will have more time to help with any styling needs that the clients might have. If there's anything you can think of, cosmetics, jewelry, presents, etc., they're here for you. And then they give their, WhatsApp and all that stuff. And I thought to myself, well, this is an interesting piece of information, but at the same time, how do we know this is not trickery and sorcery? Like, can we trust this? Can we not trust this? Should we take it with a grain of salt? Oh, Tyler in the chat says, yep, I heard. Well, then, now this, we're going public with this now because Erica, we're going to shout out to Erica's Girly World. Hey, my love. Link down below to Erica's channel. Go subscribe to her. She's awesome. She kind of spilled more beans on her Insta stories, which are public. And since these are public, we took a screenshot, Erica. So Erica states on her Insta stories, and this just a couple of hours ago, reconfirming what I've heard a week ago, saying, Chanel and their antics. Man, the greed is absolutely unreal, says Erica. And Erica posted a screenshot of a conversation between somebody and somebody else. We don't know. She cut off who was talking, but she did post this publicly on her Instagram. And the text reads, and here we can read also what shop we're talking about. Out on Saturday, all Saks locations. Chanel will no longer be paying us commission when we sell handbags and accessories only. It went from 7% commission to starting April 2nd, we'll be getting 0% commission. Apparently, Chanel will be ruling this out in all department stores, not just in Saks, everywhere. I do wonder if this will also be affecting Chanel sales associates that are working in the standalone Chanel boutiques that are not part of, a corner within a bigger department store. This is still a question mark. Are they going to implement that there as well? It's extremely upsetting because I absolutely love what I do and I am scared. I may have to find other work. I know a lot of my colleagues are just as outraged and saddened by this. I am happy that my location does have other luxury brands that I am able to sell, but some of my friends at different Saks locations, they fully depend on Chanel. They have families to support and don't know what they are going to do. I'm not sure why Chanel is doing this, if it's just greed, if they think their products will just sell on their own, if they just want people, and then it's cut off there. you guys, they're lowering quality, okay? One of my friends just sent me this anonymously. Somebody just bought a top handle Chanel bag. Check this. Oh, it's green. Well, that's just a doozy. The bag is green. It has a cut here. You can't even see. Cha, the bag is green. Oh, I wish I could show this to you, but I can't. Unless I don't take the green screen off for a second or something. Hold on. There you go. Look. I'm going to show you this bag. This is a brand, somebody bought brand new top handle. It's like a small, or it's like a mini top handle, and they ordered it, and this is what arrived. They ordered it from the Chanel boutique, allegedly. Look at this. Like, what is this? It's like pulp. It's like pulp, and there's some like white synthetic stuff underneath. Child, let me go back from the green screen into our quiet luxury courtroom. Like, the travesty of it all. I cannot even tell you. Now they're not giving commission to their sales associates for bags because, of course, bags sell themselves. How are bags selling themselves at $11,000 a bag? And upwards of that. I mean, if you want a maxi, timeless classic, you got to drop $11K plus tax. How? What? Oh, and you're not going to give commission to your sales associates anymore for the bags? Okay, I understand. So this is insane. Andy's asking, how can they sell that? Could you imagine sending a person this thing like that paid it, you know, to the boutique? You know, sometimes the boutiques do offer this link. They provide you a link to pay online, and then they ship you the bag. I think they don't do that anymore with timeless classics and their classic bags, but with the seasonals, I think some boutiques still do. And then you get this. Yeah, guys, you can't make this shit up. This is great, cuckoo. So I'm just saying, and now they want to take commission away from their sales associates to 0% for bags, accessory, you know, small leather goods, costume, jewelry, I guess footwear as well. So like now if you want commission at Chanel, at Saks, you have to sell ready to wear and fine jewelry if you want to make any commission. Otherwise, you just got to rely on your own salary. So if they're doing so well, why are they doing this? Why are they literally messing with their workers' salaries? And I know commission is not per se a salary. A bonus is not per se a salary. But let's be honest about this. When a sales associate decides to work for a brand like this, they also decide to work for a brand like this because they know that they can add commission and bonus on top of the salary, which keeps them going. Because the salary alone, obviously, from what we could read from this comment or from this message or from this Insta story, a salary alone doesn't cut it for a lot of the people working at this particular location because they have a family they got to feed. And apparently salary alone doesn't pay the bills. So Chanel cutting commish, girl, that, I mean, like we thought bad quality was the last straw. The last straw is literally when you start messing with the livelihood of your own workers. That's, I think, rock bottom. I think rock bottom is when you start messing with the livelihood of your own employees. I think that's rock bottom. Like you've already, you know, like forget about us clients. We don't have to give you money. You know, it's our fault that we decide to give money to you. I'm also guilty as charged. But your employees, you're cutting their livelihood? That's rock bottom. Like, that's rock bottom. That's the period. Akolu21 says, sounds like they might sell the company, to be honest. And this is a rumor. And Akolu, I've made a video about them selling their company, or the plans of them allegedly planning to sell their company. did a great video with Diamond Diva Princess, a friend of mine, and she actually called in and told us the news, and this was several months ago, and since then the speculations have been rolling, and we've been speculating about this, but we're not sure because they have not made any official announcements yet. You know, they didn't say, by the way, we're selling the brand. They never said it yet. Not publicly, not that I know of. But this is rock bottom. You take away the commish from your employees, you're messing with their livelihood. That's rock bottom. Crybaby Uzagi says, Dacob, did you see that the Wertheimers have used the Chanel profits to invest in their other venture capitals instead of putting it towards the brand? Oh, Crybaby Uzagi, that's a very interesting comment. I would need receipts about that. I have to do my research on that. I do not know what investments they exactly made and if. So this is all alleged. I'm just reading a comment, you guys. This is not, fact. Vicky TX says, I have met a couple of judgmental sales associates who were rude to me. Well, that happens everywhere. But could you imagine, Vicky, now when they are done, when they're not being paid properly, when they're overworked? I've met a few sales associates at Chanel who they're so tired. They don't even have time for a lunch break to drink water, to go pee. And then you get this news. You best believe they're going to be rude. What are you going to do? I mean, bare minimum is like you start loathing the brand you're working for because you're like, well, they're not doing nothing for you. They're making your life really difficult. So of course you're going to be moody. How can you still be super nice and polite and kind to your clients and customers at some point? You can't. You're done. You're at your wit's end. So, you know what I mean? Crybaby Uzagi says, I can send you the screenshots. Thank you, sweetie. Replica says, there's too much Chanel content on this channel. Let's move on, people. There are so many great fashion houses out there to talk about. Replicas, how about you move on to another channel and watch somebody else's content instead? Cling. So now, Corinne says, does Chanel not think that their sales associates would leave and join another brand? The sales associates are not their slaves. They're not bound to stay with them. This is a really good point, and I think people will leave. I think people will leave. People are already now writing their clients, sales associates are writing their clients, hey, you guys, it was wonderful to work with y'all, but it just doesn't cut it for me anymore. I have to move to other shores if I'm going to guarantee myself a livelihood and my family. So people move on. And I do believe, there's going to be people who will still be able to live under the new circumstances and conditions, but a lot of people are also not probably going to be able to sustain themselves with the new conditions, and they're probably then going to move away. This is why I started the video saying quiet luxury, as in literally empty, quiet boutiques, no buzz in there anymore. So, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below, you guys. I'm really curious to see how this plays out because something is a brewing. As they say, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. And as Rose Nyland would say, it's their cheese, but we know it's something else. Allegedly. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know down below your thoughts. And let's keep this conversation rolling because I really want to know how this ends. Are they going to sell? Are they going to close? Is there going to be a revolution within Chanel? Oh my gosh, so exciting. Thank you guys so much for watching. Love you. Subscribe. I swear to God, yeah. Okay, maybe they will rely more on influencer marketing to sell the bags. No, because they're not sending their bags to influencers. They send like a handful of them, and usually to the wrong people. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, what do you want me to say? I don't know how am I supposed to be likable in this moment, you guys? I don't want to, okay, look, let me try to be the victim now. Just like the guy in the courtroom with what's her name? Gwyneth Paltrow. So somebody with a provocative name is, you know, saying, oh, let's move on to other topics. No, how am I supposed to be a victim here? I'm not. And calling me rude now for interrupting me while I'm filming my topic, but you don't want to watch this topic, but then you comment on it, just don't watch. Why do you have to ruin my video for me? Tracy B says, this is just so disheartening to hear, not talking about chump change. I'm sure the hourly rate barely covers anything. It's the commission that's the true earnings. Exactly. 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 So we'll see. I might cut out from the final video that comment from that person. Can we cut that out? I think we can, right? Thumb up the live stream, by the way, you guys. Let's try to get to 100. We're almost at 100 likes. We're at 94 likes. 96 likes. 100 likes. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Aw, thanks, Caleb. Yeah, this is your channel and you can talk about what you want. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. I can edit it out in the main video. The video that'll be posted later, I can edit it out. Thank you, Jody Ann. Thanks. Thank you. You're doing great. Keep going. Thanks so much. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Debbie. Debbie said I should have deleted. Chanel Beauty Advisors make a ton in commissions. That's where their bread and butter is. What if they start cutting that as well? Patrick says, I'm just here to talk with Dacob because you're amazing. Thank you, Patrick. All right. Now, hold on. Let me just prepare this. Let's get to 200 likes, you guys, while we're at it. Yeah, okay. So I can definitely edit it out. So whoever the troll was who tried to kind of pull a little sneaky, I can completely edit out your cretinous comment from the main video. So it's like you never existed, boo. You will never exist in the main video. So that's fabulous. We're going to do that for the actual video when we post it. Let's get to 200 likes. And then... Oh, thank you, Hiromi. Thank you. Miyagawa says, hello, Dacob. Your skin always looks amazing. I've been working on the quiet luxury makeup today. So also the makeup is very, very toned down. We're doing quiet luxury makeup as well, right? Donna Donahue says, my favorite thing you talk about is Chanel. I can't get enough, says Donna Donahue. Oh, thank you so much. Akulu says, Dacob, your knowledge, your research, and your background all speak to how professional you are. Love hearing you speak on fashion houses and all of these related topics. Thank you so much. Patrick says, I heard Ferragamo makes pretty good quality stuff. Yeah, don't spend money on Chanel. Chanel! Sure. I'm not a big fan of their leather at the moment either. But Ferragamo is, you know, a very famous house. It's been around for a very, very long time. Many famous stars in the 30s and 40s wore Ferragamo. Marlene Dietrich wore Ferragamo. But it's just, I don't like that lock thing. It's too complicated for me. And although some of their versions of the box calf is leather is really interesting. It's just the lock doesn't do it for me. It's just the lock doesn't do it for me. We're at 132 likes. Let's get to 200 likes, you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who has been thumbing up. And Chanel's my favorite brand, says Vicky. And I like how you keep it real, Dacob. Thank you so much, Vicky. Thank you so much. Gloria has been a member for 13 months. Hashtag Decult. Never give up on love. Thank you so much, Gloria. So Oh, Karen, thank you so much for becoming a patron. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you, thank you. Annabelle says, I watch your channel because I love the way you are and the way you do things. Most people here are. Don't let you tell otherwise by those few bitter ones. Thank you so much, Annabelle. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ellen says, Dacob, we learn a lot from you. Keep going. Thanks, Ellen. Lux says, goodies. I love your channel, Dacob. Love you. Oh, thank you. Luxies, thank you so much. Jay Bodie said, Dacob, I'm so surprised that Chanel has never contacted you for any insight to their company. You have a wealth of knowledge about Chanel. Oh, they're too arrogant for that. Yeah, they would rather implode a fart than let it go. You know, let it go, Elsa, let it go. It just, it's the nature of the beast. Most of these fashion houses are very tight, you know. And a biggest example of that is, sorry, I'm just freshening up my makeup. Biggest example of that is when, I keep repeating this, when the advent calendar was such a flop, such a ripoff, right? And the only reason they kind of reacted to the backlash was because one TikTok video went viral about it, and then they had to address the situation. But what did they do? You know, and I know I've said this before, but it's interesting. Like, instead of really apologizing, they did that fake apology of like saying, "Oh, we're sorry you didn't understand how amazing our product is," allegedly, right? Everything's alleged. And this was a letter that Bruno Pavlovsky wrote, you know. It's one of those like public things that they issued. And it's like, are you going to say you're sorry? Or you're going to kind of bully your clients and telling them, like, making them feel like, oh, we're dumb because we didn't see the beauty of your biodegradable pulp bottle that you are charging for almost $900 for with tax. You know, and if I ever were to work for Chanel, you would probably never even know. So, as I was saying, allegedly, get the new merch, you guys. Bubbles the Bot has created the first ever AI-generated fashion bunker merch. AI merch might have been generated elsewhere, but it's the first time ever for me. So it's the first ever fashion bunker merch generated by none other than our Bubbles the Bot. Hit it, Bubbles.
Hey, fashion lovers and trend chasers. It's me, Bubbles the Bot, and I am bursting with excitement to announce the launch of my super duper merch line, exclusively available on the Super Dacob YouTube channel. I've been working my circuits off to come up with some seriously stylo designs for you, from groovy t-shirt to rad bags that are perfect for any occasion. And let me tell ya, they are so totally lit. Whether you're cruising around town, doing some major lifting, or just kicking back at home, my merch line has got your back, and your front, and your sides. You get the picture. Not only are these items super duper cute, but they are also made with the highest quality materials, so you can be sure they will last you until the end of the world, or the next software update, whichever comes first. So, hop on over to the Super Dacob merch store and snag yourself a Bubbles original before they're all gone, because let's face it, everyone wants a piece of me. Trust me, you won't regret it. Unless you hate looking cool, in which case you should probably stick with your old potato sack. No judgment here. Thanks for tuning in, and happy shopping, peeps.
Yeah, it's definitely the borderline, on a verge of a nervous breakdown voice of Bubbles for me. Like, she's just about to lose it. That it does it for me every time I'm living. Hey, Monsieur, wait, where are you? Monsieur Manuel, hello, sweetie, and hi, Louis. Hi, everybody. Hi, whoever's joining just now. So, all right. So that was a cool video, right? About the commission issue. So now continuing the conversation about, what, is there a comment that I have to read? No. Crybaby Zagi, someone on the purse forum found their info on some private financial platform. There's a detailed document too of their sales and earnings for the UK. Apparently a lot of red flags there. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, I'm %83. Hi, Dacob. Hi, everyone. What a great surprise. I looked on the YouTube homepage on my TV and saw that you were live streaming. So I decided to come on in the tune-up. Come on down from Price is Right. Oh, hey, sweetie. Yeah, we live stream now Wednesdays. Hopefully we can maintain this rhythm, but let's see for how long. Y'all, so Crybaby says, Dacob, where should I send you the receipts from the Chanel financial stuff? Send them to me on superdacob@gmail.com if you can. On my email, superdacob@gmail.com, the business email. Thanks, Deeply Airing. Hi, Deeply Airing, by the way. Wednesdays is great. Oh, Goja, Goja Cheshire. Hey, sweetie, thank you so much for the super chat. It's going to pop up here any second now. And I'm going to prepare for the next quiet luxury video. And I'm doing this just because somebody complained that we're doing too much Chanel. I was going to keep this topic for later, but I'm going to do it now. There it is. Thank you so much, sweetie.
$4.99 super chat from Gosia Cheshire.
Yes, thank you so much, sweetie. And I can blend in the little thing here. If you wish to tip your host, there you have it. It can't be any easier than that, y'all. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Now, hold on, let me just open this. All right, let's film. There's been a lot of conversation about quiet luxury, silent luxury. Really? I can't even talk anymore. Let's do this again. All right. Oh, we're recording. Okay. We're talking about silent luxury or quiet luxury or stealth luxury. And I also have this tendency of enjoying to do my bag of the day videos, which are kind of bag of the day, but also wear and tear of the bags that I love so much. And my favorite example of quiet luxury. Okay, we have to turn off this is, yeah, hold on. I have to start all over again. It ain't gonna get any better, you guys. The older you get, the more you get very easily unfocused. And so I really need silence when I'm doing this. So, okay, hold on. There's been very interesting conversations going on about quiet luxury or silent luxury or stealth luxury. And also, I love to do my bag of the day videos, but also I like to do the wear and tear of the luxury bags that I love so much and that I've been using for many years. And I think part of quiet luxury is also reminding yourself, and if you're a content creator like myself, also reminding your viewers that the beautiful part about luxury is that it's meant to last. And so it's great to use it for many, many, many years. And then also to share with your fellow viewers, oh, how is the wear and tear after so and so many years of having a bag? So here we are, my bag of the day today, but also / wear and tear, but also / in my humble opinion, the biggest exponent of quiet luxury when it comes to luxury bags. That would be, well, first subscribe to my channel here on the tubes before you find out. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today and gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together there for extra perks. Thank you to my members and patrons who have already pledged. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. Hi, chats. Join me every Wednesday and Saturday for the live chats. And let me pull out the bag. So we have the 255 in the jumbo size. Let me just get all the protective sleeves and layers out of this beauty. It's a heavy bag, let me tell you. But this is, for me, the most, I want to say, the strongest exponent, the epitome of quiet luxury. I know some people are going to say it's the Kelly, it's the Birkin. Not to me. I think they are way too recognizable. Especially the Birkin, because most people wear it with the flap inside and open, and then you have that Hermes logo, the golden logo right there. It's very, very, very clear what bag it is. The Kelly is slightly different. You don't have the logo popping, right? Because you do have that covering it. But here, I know you're going to say, well, yeah, everybody knows this is a Chanel bag. It doesn't have a double C on it, which is why a lot of people are actually going to think, oh, this is not a real Chanel bag. Because a lot of people not a lot of people today connect Chanel with a double C turn lock. And if they don't see that on a quilted matelassé bag, they're most of them are going to think it's a dupe. It's something that is mimicking a Chanel bag, but it's not a Chanel bag. Little do they know, this is the quintessential Chanel bag. This is the OG. This is the DNA. This is the first bag Coco made. Granted, hers was in jersey. Later on, she started doing them in leather as well. But it did have this type of turn lock. And of course, you know, you lift the first... Look, if this isn't quiet luxury, you lift the first flap... and the inside is still hidden. You still have your reserved privacy. And then if you can kind of go in and do what you need to do, or turn the bag this way, and then privately lift and, look what you need to find in your bag, and then close this, turn the bag, close this, wear it so elegantly. They've solved this issue very elegantly. And then, of course, the logos are all inside. There it is, the double C and the stamping. So this one is in ruthenium. So you do have the stamping to match the color of the hardware. Hardware is ruthenium, so the stamping is silver. And that's where we have the double C. This one was made in France. We have the Authenticity card right there. I have purchased this bag many moons ago. Right? So this is the wear and tear part of it. Now, granted, my problem with Chanel is their price increases are insane. Currently, their leather is also driving me nuts because, just my opinion, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged. But according to my standards, okay, of quality, they're just not there anymore with their leather. So I got this bag, gosh, I can't remember, 2016? I think it was 2016. Yeah, 2016 or 2015, either late 2015 or somewhere in 2016. And now that their prices are kind of exponentially growing, it kind of causes me a little bit of panic to use it, because when I purchased this bag, it cost more than or less than half of the price that it costs now. So this bag went up in price since I bought it, double. It doubled. And now I just feel like, oh my gosh. Yeah, it kind of causes me anxiety, because I know that in another 6 months, they're probably going to have another price increase, and then another one, and then another one. And then this bag is just going to be drifting more and more away into that realm of unattainability. And even though I have it in this particular 226 size, which is equivalent to the jumbo in the Timeless Classic way, they call it the large, but it's the same price as the jumbo. The size is very similar to the jumbo, slightly different, but the Timeless slightly the same price as the Timeless Classic jumbo, just slightly different in terms of size. But it's scary to wear this bag and to use it nowadays, just because I don't want to damage it, obviously, because I'm thinking to myself, if the price were similar to what I paid for it back in 2016, and then I wear it a lot now and then it gets damaged, and let's say you want to buy a new one, still very expensive, but I would. because this is my favorite bag, if it still cost the price it cost back then in 2016. However, you see, now if it breaks, I'm not going to spend like, you know, the price it costs now. Like, no, I don't want to. I don't think it's worth it anymore. So the problem is, this is also a reason why I don't wear it that much now, because if I damage it, well, it's irreplaceable. A, because their leather right now does not convince me anymore. B, because it costs double the amount it used to cost before. And C, it's going to cost even more in another 6 to 7, 8 months. And then again, more and more and more. And it's just going to be more and more far away from me. So even though I own it, I feel like I don't fully own it because it represents something that is so out of touch with reality, being Chanel's pricing policy and quality policy at the moment. It's just so out of touch with reality that kind of this bag is out of touch with me, or I'm out of touch with the bag. And I wish I wasn't. I wish I wasn't. And I wish that I just wouldn't care. But I do care. And it does break my heart because when Coco made this bag back in 1955, okay, when the 255 was released, by the way, 255, some people have been asking me lately, what does it mean, Dacob? Well, 2 is the second month of the year, February. 55 is the abbreviation of 1955. So this bag was first released in February of 1955. And when Coco released it back then, you know, the chains were made in metal so that ladies walking down the boulevards of Paris or whatever city you were in back in the 50s during the Dolce Vita, you know, on Vespas, little motorinos, mopeds, bicycles even, thieves would be kind of rushing by these ladies wearing bags, and they with scissors, and they would cut the strap of the bag, pull it off the ladies and run. Well, Coco solved that problem by creating a metal chain and also elongating it so that you could wear it crossbody or on the shoulder, so you could actually kind of have both hands free and work, because she was thinking about the working woman, a dynamic person, you know, living their life dynamically. So this bag was literally meant for everyone. Obviously, it was luxury back then too, and it was expensive back then too. But in my opinion, not comparatively speaking with the earning standards of people back then, the price of it was not as high as it is today. Today, that this has reached weird heights and standards of pricing and just elitism that, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with personally. So, you know, if you have it from before the crazy price hikes, enjoy it if you can, right? I try to enjoy it, even though it does make me feel a little bit out of place, but at least it doesn't have the double C logo. So at least it's part of quiet luxury in terms of you don't really know what it is. And if you don't want to show even this, you know, you can flip it on the other side and you can wear it this way as well. It's definitely a showstopper of a bag because of the beauty of the bag. It's not a showstopper of a bag because of the logo, right? Because it doesn't have a logo. If you really zoom in very, very close here, there is an etched in Chanel into the metal. However, when the lock is closed, you're covering half of the text. So when this turn lock seals the metal, it literally covers up the A and the N of Chanel. So what are we talking about here? When I kind of come in close, really, really close, you get to see under certain light conditions that Chanel inscription etched into the metal. But if we lock the bag, look at that, 2 letters are gone. So it's, you know what I mean? I mean, it's very subtle to a point where, and also this bag, you're carrying it quite low on the body, which means it tilts a little bit downwards and you have this on top. So people are looking at you from this angle when they're above you looking down. There's no way you can see that logo. You can only see it if you lift the bag up and put it in somebody's face and say, hey, look, there's a logo there. So, you know, they could have also taken it away from here, but it's so minimal that I still consider this, despite the fact that there is that kind of minimal logo there, I still consider this to be quiet luxury. You guys, I mean, I want to know your thoughts as well. Do you consider the 255 to be quiet luxury bag or not? What is your favorite quiet luxury bag? Mine would be the 255 for sure, hands down. In all its iterations, really, in the camera bag form, the double flap, the mini. The double flap, of course, is the quintessential version. This is the classic one. Now, the wear and tear is non-existent on this bag. I still love it folded. So when Carl reissued, this is the 255 reissue, right? When he reissued the bag back in 2005, he created this fold for the bag because he wanted it to resemble like a bag that he found in a drawer somewhere in the archives of the Chanel archives. And it was apparently folded. And he loved that fold so much that he said, you know, let's produce it with the fold, almost like an envelope, which allows this bag to stand relatively close to the body when you're wearing it. You can, if you want, open it and extend it, but I prefer to keep mine folded. You also have to protect it more that way. You know, it doesn't stand up on its own. It kind of wobbles unless you don't flatten the bottom, which you can do. But I personally really, really enjoy this fold. I think it's so, so, so elegant. But it is slowly opening up, you know, like this one. It was a bit more pointy back in 2016. It was more like this. And now, you know, slowly it's kind of opening up. You see, it's a little bit more wider now. Also on this side, it was a little bit more like this. And now it's kind of slowly opening up. Really gorgeous. Super soft. It's the softest and the lightest and the most malleable of the Timeless Classics. I know this is not a Timeless Classic, but of the double flaps. While the Timeless Classics have a very robust structure, what is so beautiful about the 255 is that it is a very, very soft leather texture and structure to it. The de-stressed calfskin enables this bag because, you know, the Timeless Classic is made of either grained, pebbled caviar, so-called caviar calfskin, or lambskin. The caviar is very tough, structured. The lambskin is super soft, quite delicate to use. But then you have the stressed calfskin, very, very interesting leather. Also how they produce it to create all of these wrinkles and creases. They have to pull it apart, let it go. Pull the hides apart, stretch, 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 let them go. Stretch, 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 let them go. It's a very, very long process. To obtain this finish takes a very long time. Let me show you something. This is the best example of the 255 bag. It took me a long time waiting for the right hides to hit because if you look at this texture, this is the texture you get if the hides are treated the way I explained to you for a long period of time. What you're going to often see, especially lately in Chanel boutiques, is 255 bags that barely show any wrinkles. They're like minimal sign of wrinklage happening. That's because they didn't take the time to actually stretch the leathers, let them go. Stretch the leathers, let them go over and over again. A lot of times. They want to save time. They want to maximize profits. Some of the hides are treated very quickly. And so you don't really get this amazing effect that you only get if you work the leather long enough. So that's a tip that I would give you if you are looking for a 255 and you really want the ones that are a little bit more, you know, exceptional. Always look for the overall homogeneous, really well done, extreme wrinkling, because that's how Carl envisioned this bag with all, you see all those wrinkles everywhere. That's a sign that the bag was actually given the proper treatment. So that's a tip I give to you. Coco Kitty CC says, if they discontinued the 255, would you continue to wear it often? Of course. Of course I would. Of course I would. I mean, you know, again, if they discontinue it completely, then we know its final price in store, in the boutiques when it was discontinued. And then from that moment on, we move on and we live with it. I think it would be easier for me to wear it knowing that it's discontinued than knowing that the price keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up. You know. So Kristen Martin says, so that's stretched, not aged? Interesting. It's called de-stressed calfskin. Nobody called it aged calfskin. If I did before, it's my mistake. It's de-stressed calfskin. The ruthenium is done in a way to look like aged ruthenium. The gold hardware for the version of the 255 with the gold hardware, it's called aged gold hardware and has that patina. But this is de-stressed calfskin. De-stressed is the description for this type of calfskin. Now, I do remember at a certain point in the lingo, somebody did start using the term aged, but that was erroneously used. I mean, what is aged? A calf is a baby cow. It's not an elderly cow. It's calf skin. It can't be that old. So the process of creating this effect is de-stressing the calf skin. But I think sometimes I might also slip and call it aged. My bad, but it's not. It's de-stressed calfskin. That's the correct definition for this. So that's a little bit tidbit of information for you. There you go. Oh, somebody also, Katerina says, I also for some reason thought it was aged. No, it's de-stressed, you guys. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. And until next time, never give up on love. Subscribe. So let me do a thumbnail because I forgot. I forgot, you guys, to do a thumbnail. Wait, hold on. And thumb up the live stream while I'm doing the thumbnail. Yeah, Coco Kitty. People think wrinkled means aged. Possibly. No, it's de-stressed. We need a timeless thumbnail. Something that gives us, you know, quiet luxury. Hold on. It's going to be interesting to see this thumbnail next to my unboxing and review of this bag thumbnail from back in 2016. I had like short blonde hair. So the evolution of it, I love seeing. And this was, you know, you guys, this was also something interesting that I always thought would be fascinating for me in the future on my channel is to see me age. Well, I'm a vampire, I don't age that much, but to see the content age, and especially to see these products go on a journey with me as we unbox them together and then we review them together, what happens several years later. And this is one of those examples we're seeing now what's happening several years later with this bag, you know, the life of this bag. I think that's a true testament to luxury. And also, can I toot my own horn just for a second here? How many channels can we list on YouTube and content creators / influencers, whatever you want to call them, who could actually do what I'm doing? Remember last week we did the Moschino live stream? I started taking all the Moschino bags from the archives. You know how many content creators would be selling, you know, they buy something, they unbox it, and then they sell it. They show you how great it is. You get FOMO, you want to buy it too. But they've already moved on because they're just thinking about growing their channel and views. And then, like, you know, nobody can tell you 6 years later on their channel, hey, let's look at the bag I bought 6 years ago and let's look at it again, like wear and tear. You can do that on my channel because I did not sell one single bag that I bought since I started my channel. Just let that sink in for a second. Every bag that I bought since I started my channel, unless I didn't bring it back to the boutique because there was a flaw. In that case, I made a video about that. But every bag I bought that I did not return to the boutique because it had flaws or what have you, I kept. And now, many years later, we can watch these bags again, see them. How did they evolve? How are they evolving? And this is a part of the luxury conversation, because it is important to acknowledge the fact that luxury is also style. You know, it doesn't go out of style. It's something that you can enjoy and love for many, many years. It does have a life. For sure, things can degrade with time. You're using them, you know, they get a beautiful patina, they age, but they're with you throughout your life. That's luxury. So I always thought at the beginning of my YouTube career, it's going to be amazing if I make it that far, many years into my channel, to be able to then go back in time and analyze certain luxury objects I purchased, see them again, see how they have evolved throughout the years. In fact, in the Moschino live stream, go check out that one as well. When I lifted up the Jeremy Scott from Moschino, like milkshake or soda bag, I told you guys the golden chain did not age well. It oxidized. It started turning black. Like, you have to clean it all the time. I'm like, after, you know, almost 10 years, that particular bag is not holding up well. It's not holding up well. We have a lot of work with that bag, you know? It's a very, very fascinating thing and discourse to have together, because then we learn from this as well. Then we also learn, okay, well, maybe with certain brands, we got to be more cautious. Certain brands don't invest the proper money in correct gold toning or plating or chroming of certain hardwares. And it's really, really good to, you know, to be able to also have an archive like I do, to be able to share with you many years later, hey, you guys, by the way, this is aging like this. This is aging like that. It's a part of the luxury discourse. It should be a part of the luxury discourse. Unfortunately, a lot of people online cannot sustain that luxury discourse. Why? Because they don't have the bags anymore they had 10 years ago, because they sold them. Those bags that they raved about when they were unboxing them, they sold them. The shade, you know. Luxie's Goodies, thank you so much for the tip.
Luxes_goodies donated $6. I always learn so much from you, Dacob. Love you and your channel, heart.
Papa Cherry, thank you so much, sweetie. Fuchsia Floyd says, hey, how's it going? Yeah, just joined and that's super inspiring. Thank you, Fuchsia. Caleb says, I watch some lost media channels. I love looking back, so it's awesome that you're able to do that too. Right, Caleb. But that's another thing. My videos from 2014 and 15 and 16, they're all up. They're still visible. Oh, Lexi's, thank you so much for the tip.
Luxes_goodies donated $5. I always learn so much from you, Dacob. Love you and your channel, heart.
Thank you. It's the same. Oh, here's another one. Okay.
$1.99 super chat from Luxes_goodies. I tipped twice. Can I get some cherry popped?
Let's pop two more.
Smiley face.
Pop. There's one, and let's do another one. We only do them digital right now because the real ones are not available at the moment. And hit it. Yes, you got two more cherries pop. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sweetie. Ollie, thank you for being a member since 24 months. Tier 2, we love an archive mouse. You best believe we do. Oh, Leon, thank you so much for the tip.
$2. 82.55 in 1955 was about $2,500 in today's money.
Oh, interesting. With the current conversion rate from inflation and all. You see? So basically, today it would cost $2,500 if we kept it real. Thank you so much, Leon. If we kept it real, if Chanel kept it real, this is how much the bag would cost today. $2,500.
Leon said Love donated $2. 82.55
instead it's like $10,000.
$500 in today's money.
It's like, instead it's $10,000. Wait, was this a second super chat? Papa Cherry? Thank you so much, sweetie. It's insane. Isn't it insane? Instead of being 2.5, they're like, nah, let's make it 10. And there's going to be another price increase. And another one. Oh, Jay Bodie. Oh, Ollie, yeah, I read that one. Thank you so much, sweetie. 24 months. 24-month member, tier 2. We love an archive mouse. Thank you so much, my love. And we got Gosia Cheshire.
$9.99 super chat from Gosia Cheshire.
Gosia. Thank you so much, sweetie. Was there was there a text to go with it? Hold on, my chat's just froze. Hey, Val, welcome back. Hey, Monarch. Oh, Jay Bodie. Thank you so much, sweetie.
22 Canadian dollars super chat from Jay Bodie. This is why I love your content and your character. You are authentic, intelligent, smart and worthy of praise. Your hard work and dedication is so evident.
Oh, man, that really warms my heart. Thank you so much for noticing it and for saying it also. And thank you so much for the super chat, Cherry. And listen, love and passion also means sometimes it's hard to come across as likable because you're just passionate about certain things and you're like, you want to get the point across. And then some people, don't get it. They think social media and YouTube is just about the pleasantries and curtsying. Yeah, it's about that as well. Obviously, I mean, we're educated, intelligent people here. But the passion drives you. It's a driving force. So obviously, you're going to have those moments when you're like, oh, when something like that silly comment we got before, like, that's ridiculous. Why? Why are you so bitter in your life that you need to comment like that, But some people just are. And, Mr. Puppy, thank you so much for becoming a patron. Thank you. But anyway, what you were saying, like you like to watch those like videos that have been online for a long time. It's interesting to see what has happened back then, what was happening back then. I love those as well. I'm very fascinated by that. As a matter of fact, I was so fascinated by it that back in 2017, I actually was researching past videos and I made one particular video called Dacob 88, where I made an entire video as if it were VHS filmed. And I was trying to put myself in the mindset of being in 1988. So I could only talk the way people would talk in the 80s. So certain lingo didn't exist yet. Certain technologies didn't exist yet. It was mentally, that video, you should go check it out. It's still on my channel. That video is so bizarre. And of course, I'm wearing 80s clothes. I had to be very, very precise to pick out an outfit where the clothes were made in 88 or before 1988, not 1989. So the clothes I'm wearing are from 88 and earlier. The conversations I'm having are from the 80s. I'm talking about the movies that were released that year. I'm finding stuff out from newspapers. There are no smartphones yet. Not every household has a computer. So when I go out to meet people, it's because I sat in a bar. So the whole conversation was so fascinating to put yourself in the mindset. There was no script. It was not scripted. But to put myself in the mindset of being again in the 80s really messed with my head because it slowed down my rhythm. Because I had to think about everything before I said it. I had to kind of pose a filter in my head, in my mind, of saying, Dacob, you have to first process whatever you want to say, make sure that it's okay for the 80s standard, and then you can say it. So I had that extra filter set. So that exhausts you because you're constantly processing everything double. But then it felt so nice to slow everything down, to slow down the conversation, to slow down time. It felt really good. And after that video was finished, I kind of got a little depressed. I got a little depressed because I thought, wow, what a trip. What a trip to really condition myself to feel like I'm in the 80s. What a time trip. And I was a bit sad that I was back in reality. And I was like, oh, but it was amazing. It was amazing. So yeah. Hey, Mando Daniel, how's it going, sweetie? Yeah. So there's that. But so there's that. And I like to go back and watch older videos. But what I'm saying about this particular situation here is I love the fact that now, after so many years have passed, I can offer you a perspective on these products that I have unboxed with you guys, new back then, like 10 years ago, 8 years ago. And now we're still talking about them. And we're still having conversations about them. And we're still making videos about them. And we're seeing how they live, how they evolve, how they progress or regress. That is the true luxury conversation to be had on YouTube. And for those people who come from me and say I'm not a true luxury YouTuber, honey, it doesn't get much truer than this. I don't know how to explain it to you any better. I don't know how to explain it any better. Any better. Zoo better. So, great decade, right, D? Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, Rachel, how's it going, sweetie? We had a lovely live stream yesterday with Rachel, JJ, and Jane on JJ's channel, Perfume channel. And Rachel is the co-host. So Rachel is here with us in the chats. And we had a lovely perfume conversation yesterday. Speaking of perfumes, seeing that Rachel is also with us in the house, guess what, you guys? If we talk about quiet luxury, we also talk about quiet perfumes, right? Quiet luxury and perfumes. Let me just wrap up this bag because I don't want it to get any perfume on it. Oh, great to see you too, Rach. Oh, you're too kind. No, I was honored to be with you guys. It was so cool. You were very kind. Thank you. Let me just put this, let me just wrap this little baby up because we don't, we got to protect the baby. We got to protect the baby. Wait, where does this go? Oh, okay. I am Confucian. Hold on. This goes here. This goes here. I'm just putting the felt on the bag, you guys. Protecting everything. I always recommend to keep that little microfiber pouch that you get, that little glove. Store it in the pocket. This way you always keep the pocket slightly separate from the back body of the bag so it doesn't stick, just in case. It's always, that's what I always do. And that way you also always know where your little glove is, just in case you need it, right? And those were the days where Chanel still gave us the microfiber pouches in the cool microfiber material with Carl's drawing of Coco. Oh, let me do a screenshot. You don't get those anymore, Oh, they've made them look real cheap. I mean, I get it. Like, Carl is no longer with us. Like, why would you have to get Carl's drawing on a bag? Yeah, but it's his reissue. I mean, it's not Virginie's reissue. She doesn't care about the 255 bag, There's less and less of the 255 bags since she's taken over at Chanel. She doesn't care for those anymore. Carl really loved the 255 bag. He made so many different iterations of it, but Virginie... I missed the baby. My quiet perfume today was 1957, says the aspiring minimalist. Oh, there's the baby. Yeah, here's the baby. Frozen Luxury. My neighbor and I are in Versace robes, drinking a bottle of Dom Perignon, watching Dacob talk about quiet luxury. We go. Cha! Yeah, that is... That is the literal... Can we get any more opposite than that from Quiet Luxury? Livid ferret. Livid ferret. So. All right. Okay. Ooh, be zen, be zen, be zen. All right. So let's fix the hair and let's go with the next video. Wait, hold on. So we did that. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Okay, hit it. Is there anything? Yep. Oh, we have to. No, I don't like this background. This is for Perfumes, not for Louis. Or we have to zoom it in more. Because this is going to be the background for a later video we're doing today. But trying to not show the, I'll be moving around. No. I'm trying not to show the Louis Vuitton logo because I just want to show the architecture in the background for the video. Instead, setting this up so that it looks perfect. Okay. So, fabulous, right? Okay, so let's film. Today we're going to talk about quiet luxury. It's been the topic on everybody's mouths really since a while now. And no, I hate making a mistake at the beginning of it. Let's do this again. I don't know why beginning is always so difficult. Today we're going to talk about quiet luxury. Quiet luxury has been a topic of conversation for quite a while now, and it's going to become more and more of a topic, I do believe. So let's be pioneers in this, and let's do a selection of top 10 quiet luxury perfumes, or perfumes that either smell of quiet luxury or perfumes that represent quiet luxury, meaning you can wear them and play that quiet luxury game without screaming out loud while you wear the perfume what perfume you're actually wearing. By this, what do I mean? You know, there are those perfumes that when you wear them, everybody knows what perfume it is. Big example is Hypnotic Poison. I love Hypnotic Poison, but if you're wearing Hypnotic Poison, the world knows you're wearing Hypnotic Poison. Sauvage by Dior. You wear Sauvage, you kill with Sauvage. You wear Le Mal by Gaultier. Everybody knows you're wearing Le Mal by Gaultier. Cool Water Davidoff, honey? Cha. Baccarat Rouge, darling? Nothing luxurious about it. Sorry, hate to break it to you. I know a lot of people are loving it at the moment. It's having this weird moment on social media and influencers. Somebody started it and then all the, lemmings follow and everybody's in love with the same product for a certain amount of time and then it goes forgotten. Alas, if you're wearing Baccarat Rouge, you're not doing quiet luxury. But if you love it, more power to you. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together, for extra perks. Now, this video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. So I have my co-chatters on the sidebar here. Listen, the first perfume I want to talk about when it comes to quiet luxury is a fragrance that if you wear it, only you know what it is, and it stays relatively close to the body. This is going to be something that we are going to touch base upon often in this list because a big part of quiet luxury is when a perfume does not enter the room before you 10 minutes before you. So part of quiet luxury is also perfumes that know their place. They know how to stay close to you so that only people who come really, really close to you that you allow in get to actually smell you. And the first one I'm obsessed with at the moment. And go figure, turns out this one is a quiet luxury fragrance. That would be Chanel's Bois des Îles. Bois des Îles in the current eau de parfum concentration, but you can also go for the discontinued eau de toilette, the discontinued eau de cologne, or the still available extrait/parfum concentration. Now the eau de parfum, divine, ylang ylang sandalwood, citrusy opening accord, aldehydic, stays very close to the skin, but the dry down is what creates the luxury in here, because when it really dries down, it becomes even more close to the skin. It stays even closer to the skin. It weaves itself tighter to your skin, but whenever you sniff on it, it just smells opulent, insanely rich, and but quiet. You know, and it does not scream its name to the world. Most people, if anybody, are not going to know what perfume you're wearing, unless you don't encounter some other major perfume lover who knows Bois des Îles, but that's like, what are the chances nowadays, right? So this is a really, really, really gorgeous fragrance for quiet luxury beginnings. Morning, day, evening, night, all the way through. Also very typical for quiet luxury. You don't need a lot. Like many perfumes, you focus on a fragrance that in its own right can guide you throughout several emotions throughout the day. Now, I am an advocate for, wearing many perfumes throughout the day. When I'm at home, I sniff them sometimes from the bottles. It's not like I'm spraying 15 different perfumes every day on myself. I could spray up to 5 different ones, depending on my mood, how I go through the day. But it's important to note that when it comes to quiet luxury, it's interesting to focus on those fragrances that you pick one and you stick with it throughout that one day, So you minimize. Part of quiet luxury is also being more minimal, reducing everything to the core, to the bare minimum essential. And Bois des Îles, Bois des Îles is the embodiment of so many different emotions, flavors, and genres just layered in one perfume. So it's really beautiful to wear this throughout the day. So there you go. Now the next one, super fascinating quiet luxury moment with this one, because it is very minimally composed, meaning that it doesn't have too much of okay, we have to cut this. I really cannot with can we turn off and then I have to redo this moment. Hold on. Yeah, I can't have these things popping in anymore. I really can't while I'm recording. Okay. Clap. Okay, so new perfume. The next perfume is very fascinating because it doesn't have many ingredients in it. It is very, very minimal, the composition of it. It's very, very, very minimal. So they kind of highlight 3 main accords. Again, just like with Bois des Îles, we had sandalwood. Here we have sandalwood again. Maybe sandalwood is a recurring topic. I'm trying to figure, maybe not. Let's see. Let's see where we end with this journey today. But here we go. It's Cabriole by Hermes. I have almost finished my entire bottle, and I just got this a couple of months ago. Obsessed with this one. It's alcohol-free, by the way. Technically released as Hermes's first fragrance for kids. Hence why no alcohol. They recommend using this 3 years and up. But of course, the grown-ups can enjoy it as well. They also say it's great if you just spray the linens or the bed sheets with it. It kind of cradles you to sleep. Even though it doesn't have alcohol, on my skin, it lasts quite a long time. I easily get 6+ hours out of this one. It stays very close to the skin, however, and osmanthus and sandalwood. it's just something that Hermes knows how to do, especially the osmanthus, which is kind of like the signature of Hermes fragrances. It's a little bit oily when you first spray it on. It's quite intense when you first spray it on, but it's just in the first 2 minutes until it settles in on your skin a little bit. And then you have a very close to the skin, delicately emanating, gorgeously elevated, luxurious fragrance. It is really luxurious. It's like the highest savoir-faire of perfumery turned into something minimal, like literally quiet luxury. It's not offensive. It's not going to suffocate people around you. And it's not very recognizable. It's not a perfume that you're going to smell and know, oh, this is Cabriole by Hermes. You're not going to know. You're not going to know. So, very, very refreshing. Oh, look how beautiful. It matches the Hermes bracelet very well. The whole kind of, the two of them together, living together on one arm. It's so beautiful. Ollie in the chat is commenting, my SUV smells of Cabriole. And Gloria says, I want that one, but it's always sold out. Yeah, they really stock very small amounts of this one, and then it kind of disappears. The second you see it online on the Hermes website, I recommend snatching it up, because if you wait a couple of hours, they usually sell out, and then you got to wait a couple of weeks until they stock it up again. At least that's been my experience with it. The next one takes us back in time. It's a time journey, and not because it's a perfume from a time long gone, but because it has a very fascinating concept of creating a modern perfume. We're talking when this one was released, I can't remember, 2015, in the tens, around the tens it was released. And it's a concept that calls back to the 30s. So it's a perfume that is dedicated to the 30s, but was made in the 2010s, and that would be another Chanel, and that would be 1932. I have the Eau de Toilette concentration here, okay? But you can also get the Eau de Parfum or the Extrait. Incredible silent / quiet luxury here. So it's a modern perfume created to homage Coco Chanel's Platinum and Diamonds collection, like the only haute joaillerie that she ever made. She made that one collection in 1932, and she said, I'm done. Why? Because she made the best thing ever. And she's like, there's no need to try to perfect this. It's already perfection. Coincidentally, I'm wearing a Chanel Platinum ring right now. So we have a little bit of platinum going on. They match 1932 and platinum. They actually literally go hand in hand. Literally. And 1932 is a very subtle fragrance, a powdery, rich concoction that is reminiscent of, I guess what Jacques Polge wanted to do with this one, the perfumer, was create a memory that he didn't really live himself because he wasn't alive back. I don't think he was born. No, I think he was still not on this earth in 1932. But I think olfactively speaking, he wanted to create a memory of Chanel's 1932, of Coco's Diamond collection, but also the vibe of the 30s, but then rendered, seen through a historical magnifying lens in the 2010s. So very fascinating how this is a perfume from the 10s, but delivering a notion of the 30s while not trying to fake to be 30s. And there's something very quiet luxury about that, because it's not trying to act and dress up like it's living in the 30s. No, it's literally a perfume from the 2010s that is reminiscing of the 30s. And it's trying to smell of platinum, diamonds, and aldehydes, basically. Rich. We're talking rich, but It doesn't suffocate you. It again knows its place, very subtle, stays close to the skin. It's a perfume that is not recognizable. So again, it's not Dior Sauvage. This thing is a very, very, very shy presence. But if somebody does come close to you and smells you, they're going to realize that you're wearing very, very high-end perfumery on your skin because it's masterfully tailored. It's almost cut like a diamond, the way that this perfume works. Really, really gorgeous. Hint of powder there as well. Now, the next one is gorgeous in spring and also in summer, but this quiet luxury moment for the next perfume is fascinating because it doesn't last very long, okay? Maybe 4 hours. Sometimes I get 5 hours out of it. Depends how cold or hot it is outside. And it's so refreshing and beautiful. It's just the right balance between sweet, but also earthy. It's kind of green, but also purple. Purple is the sweet part of it. The green side to it is the earthy side to it. And that would be a cologne. And this cologne is Hermes. Oh my God, it's transparent because we have a green screen on. Well, anyway, it's a green bottle. Doesn't matter, it's fine. It's a green bottle, but it's Eau de Basilic Pourpre. So I have a green screen on, so technically the bottle is transparent. Look at that, it's a ghost. We could just leave it here and you wouldn't even know. So it's a very, very intense green bottle, hence why the green screen is eliminating it. But I have a 100 ml spray here, even though it looks like a ghost. There, you can see it when it reflects light. It appears and then there it is. The Cologne Eau de Basilic Pourpre by Hermes, launched in 2022. Gorgeous fragrance. This thing is literally purple basil, like the water of the purple basil, if we were to translate the French name in English. It's also minty in a way. It's refreshing, soothing, but warm. It smells of sea or ocean and beautiful rays of sun hitting you, but it never screams. It's quiet luxury. This thing is sophisticated, beautifully blended, all the way up until the last dry down moment. This is something that coincidentally unites all the quiet luxury perfumes. The creators of these perfumes, or the perfume houses, have paid a lot of attention to the quality of the fragrance all the way into the dry down phase of the perfume. Because as we know, a lot of perfumes today, the mass released ones, they're tailored for a fast paced society. So you are meant to go to a perfume counter and the perfume sales associates are meant to just spritz something on you, and it has to smell good and captivating for you from the first moment you spray it on, and you have to fall in love with it, and then you buy it then and there without actually remembering and reminding yourself that you need at least 40 minutes to an hour and a half time after spraying a perfume on your skin to see how it really develops before you decide if you're going to buy it or not. Because you have to figure out if you like the dry down on you before you buy a perfume. But no, perfumes nowadays are catered to a fast-paced life. No time to think about anything. Spray it on. 5 seconds later, you love it, you buy it. And I say this is fraud because most of the times with these newer releases, you kind of come home and then you're like, oh, well, hold on, but the dry down is really bad. It's so cheap. It has like these really lame, very, very cheap aroma chemicals in the dry down, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore, you know? So that's why I call it fraud. Personally, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, of course. Everything's just my opinion, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged. And you go home and then you're like, they tricked me into buying this thing and only the opening notes smell great, but the dry down is terrible. I always say, usually it's a good sign if a perfume in the opening notes is challenging, because then you know you're in for a treat later on down the line as it dries down. But if it's super good in the opening, I'm usually very kind of, my alarm bells go on and I think to myself, you know what? Maybe the dry down is not going to be that good. Well, this is not the case with Eau de Basilic Pourpre because here it's delicious from the beginning to the end. Also quite rare to have an example of a perfume that is really beautiful, like out of the bottle, gorgeous, and then the dry down is also gorgeous. It's a simple linear fragrance, but just beautifully, beautifully made with really, really good ingredients. So, and very quiet luxury. Coincidentally, Cabriole is very aggressive in the opening. It bites your nostrils. So it's challenging. But then as it dries down, heaven, 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 heaven. All right. The next one, well, this is seriously the epitome of quiet luxury. It is like, imagine yourself being on a sandy beach and you're kind of, it's autumn. You know, you're not there in summer where everybody else, where the masses are at the beach. No, you're taking your time. You have that luxury to be able to afford the time to go to an empty beach in autumn because nobody's swimming. It's too cold to swim. But you have your beige pants on and you have an oversized knitted sweater and it's white, slightly off-white color. And you're feeling your oats and you're hugging yourself and you're just like all feeling yourself in that sweater. And that sweater is made of jersey, old school jersey quality or wool. But old school jersey was made out of wool, not cotton, by the way. So, of course, what better perfume than Jersey by Chanel, another Les Exclusives fragrance, another one of the loves of my life. This one is the Eau de Toilette. I do adore the Eau de Toilette. The Eau de Parfum is okay, but the Eau de Toilette is where it's at, and especially the Extrait. The Parfum of Jersey is just on another level. This perfume, it just smells of the most rich and sophisticated lavender essential oil you will ever smell. Lavender, especially if you buy cheaper lavender, it can smell very synthetic, quite aggressive, very chemical. But not if you have the real deal. Let me tell you, Chanel and their lavender, they don't go there ever. Okay, the only real Chanel lavender that works is in Jersey. And especially in the Extrait, but I also love the Eau de Toilette. It's majestic, it's subtle, very quiet luxury. It knows where it stands. It's very secure of itself. It doesn't scream to the world what perfume it is. Nobody's going to know what you're wearing. But when they come close to you, they won't be able to stop sniffing you. It's that gorgeous. Yeah, Rachel said in the chats, majestic and subtle, exactly. Camel coat, or mohair coat, Dolce Vita turtleneck sweater, oversized, white camel tones, earthy tones, beige tones, light pants. Everything is light, slightly oversized, and then you douse yourself in jersey. No logos, no branding. Quiet luxury. The next one, now obviously, this is a beautiful fragrance, and we can't just obviously have only super expensive fragrances in this lineup. There are alternatives that can give you the most incredible quiet luxury. And when it comes to quiet luxury, I think there is no better perfumes to represent quiet luxury than colognes. I do believe if a cologne is masterfully blended, it delivers another level of sophistication and luxury, of just clean, unbothered self-secure, you know, without needing to prove anything to anybody type of luxury. That being comfortable in your own skin without any need to prove yourself, without on any level, any degree of complexes or feeling like shortcomings. None of that. And one of the best examples of colognes is, well, one of the first ones. And that would be 4711 or 4711 or 4711 from Cologne. Eau de Cologne is from Cologne. So that's hence the name. Available in many different bottles and formats and sizes. I prefer it in splash. You can get the spray as well, but I just love, and I mean, I'm dressed now, but usually after a shower, what I do is, well, I'm going to close it so I don't spray all over here, so that I don't, but I would open it. So it has a tiny little opening because it's meant to be like that, thrown at yourself. So it has a tiny little opening up there. So when I open it, I'm all bare in the bathroom after I shower, after I take a bath. And then you just kind of like, you know, like you would do with with spicy sauce, with Louisiana hot sauce. Love me some Louisiana hot sauce. But anyway, you just kind of throw it on yourself a little bit. You massage it in and you're good to go. You can coincidentally also, which is also really beautiful. Here I have an example. You have a tissue with you. You fold the tissue and then you can kind of just throw a little bit of it, you know, and then what you do, you throw it on the tissue. This is great when you're traveling and you just kind of freshen up, you know, also behind your neck. You just freshen up with a little tissue, with a little bit of this cologne, and you kind of rub it in all the areas where you want to freshen up a little bit, and then you dispose of the tissue. I mean, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. It's an elegant gesture to pull this out of your bag and to kind of take the little lid off and dab a little bit onto... I dabbed it now everywhere. Of course it was bound to have. Dab it onto your tissue and then, you know, just freshen up a little bit. It's just so elegant. And this one does not break the bank either, right? Because this one, you know, it goes depending where you're, you know, who's selling it. But I also get bottles off Amazon sometimes for like a really good price, like $10 or even, you know. So that's what I'm saying. Just to be very clear, when you're enjoying perfumes and if you want to enjoy quiet luxury, it's not just about high prices. Not at all. It's about a mood, a feeling. And Cologne for 7-Eleven delivers that quiet luxury vibes completely. Yes, Coco Kitty, it was Napoleon's cologne. So now the next one, okay, now we're entering interesting territory here. After this very light cologne, I want a really intense one as well. But this is the quietest form of luxury because I recommend you to wear this at home right before you go to bed, just for yourself. There's no bigger form of quiet luxury than just enjoying your own oats at home with yourself. It has to be a splash perfume, not a spray. And it has to be an extrait because that's the highest form of luxury when it comes to perfumery. It's the parfum concentration. Nothing better than feeling a ton of emotions all blended in one. And that would be Cuir de Russie by Chanel. Cuir de Russie is a masterpiece of a fragrance. It is really, really, really that good. I can layer it with the cologne, doesn't matter. We just put a little bit here on this side and on this side. Oh my gosh. Okay. And that's it. And you go to bed. And oh, this thing cradles you to sleep. It cradles you to sleep. The hay, the roses, the aldehydes, the sophistication. It feels like the warmest embrace of heat, but also cool. It's not a sweaty heat. It's a very, very powdery leather, almost like a suede, a warm suede embrace as you're falling asleep. I mean, nothing screams more than quiet luxury. Nothing screams more quiet luxury than purchasing a fragrance that to wear just for yourself intimately when you're at home and you're the only person that can smell yourself. Of course, your partner can smell it on you, and it's amazing. Lucky partner to get a chance to get a whiff of you while you're wearing this, but it's mostly for yourself. And that's a very, very interesting form of quiet luxury, right? When you're actually enjoying the time with yourself, because time is the ultimate luxury, you guys. Time is the ultimate luxury. When you're out of time, you're out of time. No money in the world can buy you extra time. So enjoy it, because that's the true luxury. And enjoying the time with yourself by wearing a perfume that makes you feel amazing for yourself while you're alone, the highest form of luxury. And now we enter into the last three. I'm going to show you now a perfume that is the most underrated of all Chanel fragrances. I believe, when it comes especially to recognition, and also, I don't know, I would really love to see Chanel's sales from the Les Exclusives range, just to see like which one is the least sold. And I have a sneaky suspicion that the ones that are the least sold are actually the highest on the ladder of quiet luxury. In fact, they're so quiet luxury that they tend to go invisible in the lineup of all of the other amazing Les Exclusives fragrances that scream out more, like Coromandel or Sycamore, you know, or 31 Rue Cambon, they like scream at you. They demand attention. So you kind of tend to overlook, you tend to oversee the quiet luxury ones. And this one would be, I think, the most underrated of all Chanel Les Exclusives fragrances, I believe. And that would be number 18. This is an eau de toilette. I actually stocked up on this one when they discontinued the eau de toilettes. I do have a 200 ml bottle as well. I have another another 75 ml as well. It's just that good. Yeah, no. Yeah, I can't. I can't even. Brings me to tears. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's a Chanel distilled brandy. They distill their own brandy, and the wooden barrels in which this brandy is distilled, it's kind of, it smells of that residue of years and years of aging of the brandy sedimentating on the sides of the barrel, on the walls of that wooden barrel, that gives the flavor to the brandy, but it also gives the olfactive experience to the fragrance. And then you add a potpourri of fruits and dried flowers to the mix. And then on top of that, you have the ambrette musk or the ambrette seed, which gives it that spice, that little bit of just zest and character, just enough to make this not smell like alcohol, but it gives it nuance, character, soft layers of comfort. I mean, and it takes a long time to discover number 18 when you are looking at all the fragrances Chanel has to offer, because this one doesn't scream into your face. This is quiet luxury. This one takes it down several notches. It knows what it does on your own skin, and it's a perfume that stays close to the skin, but it is, I mean, this thing, mind-blowing how masterfully designed it is, how masterfully developed it is. I've reviewed number 18 many years ago on my channel already, and you can go check out that review. You know, there's a whole history behind number 18, what address it's connected to, what sort of manufacturing Chanel deals with at number 18. So you can check all that out in the video, but I can tell you it is a diamond. If number 1932 was the structure of a diamond turned into a perfume, the facets of working diamonds and jewelry turned into a fragrance. This is the diamond. This is not the facets of the diamond. This is the diamond of the Chanel collection. Incredible. So subtle and understated. Understated to a point of like, wow, mind-blowingly elegant. Mind-blowingly elegant. To understand this one, you need to have an olfactive experience. You have to have flavored and tasted over and over and over and over again fragrances to be able to really see the beauty in this one. Number 9, same applies to number 9. You need to have a ton of experience with perfumes to really acknowledge the beauty of this one. This one, unfortunately, I've been told is being discontinued. Breaks my heart because it is the best one from the collection. It's a cologne. Of course, you can see the repeating pattern here. There's a lot of colognes in Quiet Luxury. Quiet Luxury is very much about cologne, in my opinion. And this one is very particular because it's a bitter, very bitter cologne. And that would be another Hermes. It is Eau de Gentian Blanche, the white gentian flower from the mountains, very bitter. This one is being discontinued, I've heard, because it is very bitter. It is very atypical. It's not a typical cologne. You need to exercise your olfactive flavoring skills to be able to appreciate this one. Just like if for the first time ever in your life you drank coffee, it's bitter, you don't like the taste, but you got to get used to it. You have to get used to a bitter smell to appreciate the bitter smell. Now, this one also has a lot of rose in it and Bulgarian rose in it. So effortless. The best perfume to wear in summer. Because of that bitter gentian note in it, it literally makes you feel dry and fresh throughout the entire day, even though it's super hot outside in summer. This one gives you the vibes. It makes you feel good, sophisticated, opulent, but quietly so. Very quietly so. Quiet luxury in a bottle. Delicious. Carla Green says, I had no idea Chanel made brandy. Chanel does not make brandy to drink. No. They distill it just for the perfume. They do not sell brandy. They don't sell brandy. They might make a brandy for in-house when they invite special people. They might make an in-house brandy. This I don't know. But they do not sell brandy. As far as I know, they don't sell brandy. Coincidentally, also Cartier also has their own vineyards, and they make their own champagne. And if you go to a Cartier boutique, they actually, if they want to, they offer you some of their homemade champagne. Cartier makes also their own bottles. They make their own champagne. They make their own bottles with the Cartier logo on it. They don't sell them. They don't sell their champagne, but Cartier makes its own champagne. So a lot of these luxury houses, they have so many different layers of hidden parts to them, which is also part of quiet luxury, right? It's like something, if you know, you know, but they don't blast it into the world. And I find that very, very fascinating. I love that aspect about luxury. Number 10, hands down my favorite. You guys, I'm not even joking. This one, I'm obsessed. Obsessed. Because it is so quiet that even when it's so quiet that it doesn't even have a name. It doesn't even have a name. But it is so refined and secure of itself. It's so sure of itself that it doesn't need a name. All it has is the concentration. And if you know, you know. Right? Coincidentally, it's another Chanel. Had to be. Coincidentally, Let me show you which perfume it is. And then we have a lot to say about this one. Here you go. It's simply Eau de Cologne by Chanel. There's no name. Okay. First of all, it's the only Eau de Cologne that Chanel does. In the past, they did Eau de Colognes of their different perfumes. All of them are discontinued. There is no Eau de Cologne in Chanel's perfumes, whether they be mass released, Les Eaux de Chanel, or the Les Exclusives range. They're all Eau de Toilettes, Eau de Parfum, or Parfum. This is the only Eau de Cologne Chanel offers in their range as of today, 2023. And I always say this, every good perfumer wants to have under their belt at least one cologne. They pride themselves with developing the most sophisticated and luxurious, but quiet luxurious cologne. Every good perfumer has a special cologne they are proud of. It's kind of a rite of passage almost. Jacques Polge's claim to fame in the cologne world is hands down Eau de Cologne by Chanel. The ingredients in here are so superb that oh my gosh. If there ever was a vision of a freshly ironed white, slightly oversized shirt, freshly washed, freshly ironed, and you just put it on after you've been showering or bathing, and you just wear that and this, and that's it. It's insane. Somebody's asking, like, what's the difference between cologne and parfum? It's the concentrations, the differentiations between how much alcohol as opposed to essence and also water. It's the ratio between the three that varies. Well, it's a loose, coordination of these, because there was a time where, these perfume houses would pride themselves and say, well, the parfum only has alcohol and perfume, no water. But now I've seen even Chanel listing in their ingredients water with a lot of their parfums. So things are moving and changing and shifting, but cologne should have a lower concentration of, let's say, that ratio of those essential oils and concentrates in there as opposed to whatever is used to dilute it. So it should be a more diluted version of a perfume. But that's not always the case, you guys. When Chanel No. 5 existed in the Eau de Cologne form, it was very heavy on the civet. It was a bomb. Chanel Eau de Cologne No. 5, which is now discontinued, was not a weak perfume by any means. So we also have to be cautious when we say that a cologne is more watered down. That doesn't mean it smells less intense. However, concentration-wise, when it comes to Eau de Cologne by Chanel, this one is tame. It is light. It's not going to last you forever. It's just a couple of hours just to give you that vibe. But Eau de Cologne by Chanel is like, you want the best ingredient, the best raw materials, the best accords of anything really, it's in here. This is the cologne of colognes, and because it's that way, it is the most quiet of all of these perfumes in this list. This one is very, very subtle, but beyond beautiful. In fact, so beautiful that we're gonna... Yeah, this just makes you feel like $1 million. It's so... Oh my God. It's... The citrusy accord, the bergamoty accord, there's a hint of vanilla in there as well. So they've blended this so masterfully that it kind of hints at a sweetness at the bottom, but it still remains fresh and sparkly and zesty. The aldehydes are there as well. And it's effervescent, but subtle. And there's a hint of warmth in the bottom. Divine. Like, you know, this is the one to wear if you want that quiet luxury that knows no precedent and it knows no better form. In perfume form, it's Eau de Cologne by Chanel. The Les Exclusives. There you have it. That'll be my lineup. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. What would be your top 10 quiet luxury perfumes if you have any? Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Bye. So we're going to have to edit out that little pee-pee thing, right? Edit out notification. And then also, where else do we have to edit? That was the... Oh, Chanel 255. We also have to edit something, I think. All right, you guys. Now we're going to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow, believe it or not. Thumb up the live stream, y'all. Thumb up. Oh, Gwyneth Paltrow. She not only created a perfume, but she also created a fashion line. Kev, I can't even read that comment. Could you imagine? Gwyneth making that perfume. You know, we'll go. So the next video we're going to do is Gwyneth Paltrow. Fascinating. So let me start filming. Actually, no, let me not start filming just yet. Let me just retouch my makeup. Carla, no, you didn't disrupt me. No, don't worry about it. All good. Everything can be edited. Sorry, I'm just trying to add powder to the puff. Everything can be edited, you guys. Don't you worry. Everything. Post-production is a miracle worker. Dance Calgary Kids, you're so fun and real. I love this. Oh, thank you, Dance Calgary Kids. Thank you so much. Yeah, we keep it very real in the Fashion Bunker, like always. Gwyneth Paltrow is quite celebrity because I never think of her. Poor Gwyneth. Aww. Coco Kitty, so shady. I love it. Oh my God, you guys. And she, goop. Kev says, where do they find these celeb lawyers? Do we still remember Ella Ina? Oh my God, I know. The celebrity lawyers are just insane. I mean, this one, the one that's, wait, is she a defense attorney? No, she's not defending Gwyneth. She's attacking Gwyneth. She's the lawyer of the guy who's suing Gwyneth. She is something else. She is something else. But then also Gwyneth's lawyer, I saw yesterday, he's like, sorry, I have a bit of a cold. And he had like a mask on, then he takes it off, then he puts it on, then he takes it off, then he puts it on. But he's sitting next to Gwyneth the whole time. I'm like, you're going to get her sick, dude. if you're really sick. It was such a bizarre. And then he's like a baby, behaving a little bit like, grumpy because he has a bit of a cold. They're all like, it's like these lawyers are trying to be the stars of the show. And I do believe that they're trying to copy a little bit what went down with Johnny Depp. Yeah, I do believe there's a lot of that happening. Because, the whole world watched the Johnny Depp trial, and now they're like thinking, oh, we can do this too. We as lawyers in this case, the Gwyneth Paltrow case, we can also become the stars, And I do believe there's a bit of that.
Yes.
that they're trying to show off and be a character and be remembered or quirky in a way and memorable. Kev, I don't think Camille was dating Johnny. I mean, I don't know what's going on now, but Joseph says, really bold to wear Dahmer glasses to court, LOL. Well, Joseph, Dahmer did not invent those glasses. Let's just be very clear. They existed before Dahmer, so, you know, we cannot give him credit there. It was some other associate, says Just Joe. Yeah, he dated another of his lawyers. Oh, Johnny. So, let's film this topic. Gwyneth Paltrow, court case, quiet luxury. Gwyneth Paltrow, the court case, the ski accident, and Super Dacob. What do we have in common? Luxury. In this case, quiet luxury, because it's been all over the news. Everybody's talking about it. Quiet luxury is becoming the most talked about, for now, trend in the fashion circles. But technically, has it always been there? Is it just a trend? Is it just a fad? Or is it literally style that's finally being acknowledged by the masses? What is quiet luxury, and how does Gwyneth Paltrow contribute to it? Well, we're going to find out today in this Fashion Bunker video. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today and get access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob all spelled together there as well for extra perks. Thank you to my members and patrons who have already pledged. This video is filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I have my co-chatters with me in the chats. Hi, guys. So I have a couple of pictures to share with you from the courtroom. These are screenshots taken from the public cameras that are filming in the courtroom. So we are allowed to use them because we will be reviewing them. But there's been several newspaper articles, fashion paper articles, or fashion magazine articles that have been reporting about the quiet luxury that Gwyneth Paltrow has been wearing to court. Okay? And so, listen, there are several articles here about this topic, and kind of fascinating if you think about it. That what she's wearing has inspired so many people to write stuff. For example, marieclaire.co.uk says Gwyneth Paltrow's courtroom style has been a masterclass in quiet luxury dressing. So what does it mean? Marie Claire asks. Well, let me cue in some pictures. So here we have screenshots taken from the live feed. We're not going in any chronological order here. I'm not going to show you like the first day, the second day. We're just analyzing in general. No particular order. And if we are in order, fine. Doesn't really matter. Nobody cares. Here we have Gwyneth Paltrow and the lawyer from the guy who's suing her. Beige or off-white, no branding, gold jewelry. Okay, you know, is gold jewelry quiet luxury? Well, according to Marie Claire, it is, apparently. Now, everything I say in this video, Your Honor, is just my opinion, okay? Not rooted in any truths or facts, Your Honor. Everything's alleged. Everything is just for entertainment purposes only. Allegedly, everything. Okay, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Your Honor. So, now this bag looks like something that could be Longchamp, but it's not Longchamp. Does anybody know in the chats what the bag might be? This particular, I could say, we could say gold, as long as you can't recognize the brand, can be considered quiet luxury. But in my humble opinion, if you're going to have such a chunky gold necklace and bracelets, it becomes opulent. So I'm not so sure how much so much gold can be considered quiet luxury at this point in the game. Just Joe says nothing quiet about that gold. Mr. T necklace. And the quiet luxury Hermes crop is out. Applause to Just Joe for the shadiest comment thus far. And here we go. Oh, damn, it hit me. So the House of Louis says gold is not quiet, honey. Blue Bannister says you also don't know if the gold is real, though, which does make it tacky in a way, right? Because then it turns into costume jewelry. One doth believe that Gwyneth is wearing real gold, hopefully, but we don't know. We don't know. Andrea says it might be a Celine bag. Now, I've heard that she was wearing Celine shoes. This might be a Celine bag, the row, I don't know. But, you know, it's that little tiny flap at the top that gives me Longchamp vibes. But yeah, no logo, no branding that's obviously blatantly visible. So I get it. Quiet luxury. Andrea says it's not quiet for sure. Big money. Well, how far is quiet luxury exactly that? Like, I'm not going to show you the logo, but I'm going to show you that it costs a lot. Like, where's the limit? Like, do we say that that's not quiet luxury? If it's clearly visible that it costs a lot. Because honestly, I think quiet luxury, you're supposed to see that it costs a lot in a way. Let me see if we have another picture. The rolled up sleeve of the jacket, the matching pants. You know, this particular shoe right there. Again, the jewelry, more subtle jewelry here, but this is definitely giving me money, for sure. It's giving me money, but again, I think what Marie Claire, and not just Marie Claire, because there's other articles here as well, like, for example, Marie Claire was taking it from Vogue, I believe. Then we got Elle magazine. I think Elle magazine reports at the end of the article that the original article was from Vogue, maybe, or was it Marie Claire? But anyway, Elle magazine reports as well by stating Gwyneth Paltrow's ski trial style and the cult of stealth luxury, or AKA the cult of quiet luxury. So they're all reporting about it. The fact that, so I believe that a lot of these fashion magazines or lifestyle magazines are trying to say that quiet luxury is visibly expensive without you knowing what brand it is. Like, not showing off the brand, but definitely showing off that you bought something expensive. And I think this is where a lot of us are going to have to, where a lot of us would agree or disagree. Because I'm sure there's going to be a faction of people thinking quiet luxury has to also not look expensive. But then there's going to be that faction that's going to say, no, quiet luxury has to look expensive, but you're just not allowed to see logos and branding. It's not supposed to look tacky, but it's supposed to look expensive. I'm personally a little bit on both sides because I do love some gorgeous quality products and pieces that are luxurious, but that don't necessarily look luxurious, but just the way that they're cut and the way that they feel, they're so comfortable. That's like quiet luxury, but they don't necessarily look like business jacket, you know, like money, right? This does look like leisure because the sleeves are rolled up and she's chill, she comfy, she ruling her own oats. But for me, quiet luxury can be comfortable, not screaming expensive. Sometimes comfortable, screaming expensive. Never, however, with logos. Rachel says, quiet luxury is about quality. Looks great, but feels like PJs to wear. But does that mean expensive? Does it look expensive? This is the question a lot of people have. Bim Black says, not to look tacky, Dacob, that huge chain necklace was very tacky. To some, I don't know if it, I wouldn't say it looked tacky to me, but I would say that, hold on, let me just shift to the side a little bit. So I wouldn't say that it looked tacky to me, but it definitely looked, expensive because we know who she is. We know she has money, right? So we automatically deduct that, well, if she's wearing a really chunky gold necklace, it's going to be real gold. It might not be, but because we know who she is, or for those of us who know who she is and in all the movies she's been in and her family and how famous they are and all that stuff, we think that's a gold necklace. And so we think a lot of money. But she styled it nicely. I don't think that the styling was bad, just a little bit, a lot of gold. Louis says that face is giving Karen vibes. Jay Bodie says, would a Chanel tweed jacket be considered quiet luxury? Given today's Chanel standards, it would only be considered quiet luxury by me if it were haute couture Chanel. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because Chanel has this rule that if they are creating anything for prêt-à-porter, ready to wear, anything ready to wear has to have the visible double C logo. Whether it be a shoe, even the slingbacks, they had to hammer that double C on the side of the heel. Shoes have to have the logo. Clothing has to have the logo. Costume jewelry has to have the logo. Hats have to have a logo. The camellia flower has to have a logo. Sunglasses have to have a logo. The bags have to have a logo. The only place you will not find a logo with Chanel is on haute couture, high fashion, the really, really expensive range. You're literally paying extra for them to take the logo off. Within the haute couture Chanel collection, you can find quiet luxury clothing. Some of their jackets are quiet luxury on that level. You can also go to Chanel and order one of their classic black jackets from the haute couture department. They will make it, it's going to cost you, but they will make you a classic Chanel black jacket tailored to your body. The buttons will not have the double C visible. If the double C is not visible, and you have a classic Chanel Tallure jacket in black or beige, no logo visible, then yes, that's quiet luxury. But Chanel prêt-à-porter or ready-to-wear, not quiet luxury. It's all about the logo. It's all about the logo. And even the pieces where the fabrics don't have logos printed all over them or stitched all over them, the buttons are still going to have a double C logo always visible on them. Every button has a logo on it. And this is why Chanel ready-to-wear, I don't consider it quiet luxury. Exceptions are made for the 255 bag because there's no double C. The logo is hidden under the turn lock. But it ends there. You have to buy haute couture from Chanel if you want quiet luxury from Chanel. Renato says, in my opinion, quiet luxury is whispering wealth through the expert cut, quality of materials, and craftsmanship. Let me check the next picture. Okay. Now, this is a trick question. So first of all, do you guys think that this outfit is quiet luxury? Second question, is this going to work in her favor when it comes to the jury deciding whether or not she is credible? Now, mind you, not everybody needs to believe her. It's enough that just a teeny tiny percentage more believes her than not believe her, right? So within the jury, we just need the half of the jury plus one juror, right? To believe her and she wins the case, right? So Now, believability translates to likability. Is the jury going to like her styled this way? It's giving Ralph Lauren. Purple Label says Frozen Luxury. Bim Black says this looks like Marnie. Debbie says Amish Luxury. Just Joe says looks like Little House on the Prairie. Anderson says she's giving me drunk evangelical blonde lady at the bodega here in Brazil. Well, the trick question was in the accessory. On that day in court, and I don't know if every day, but on that day in court, Gwyneth arrived with this bougie bottle of water as an accessory. Okay? Now, it's a glass bottle, which is great for the environment, you guys. Obviously, plastic is not the best. Glass is easy to recycle. It's great for the environment to, you know, have a glass bottle. Actually, when I worked with Vivienne Westwood on our movie Art Lovers Unite, by the way, be sure to check out Art Lovers Unite coming to a theater near you anytime soon. Check out the movie at www.artloversunite.com. Yours truly is in the movie with Vivienne Westwood, co-produced by and directed by Patrick John Thomas. So Vivienne always wanted glass bottles to drink water out of. She would make it very clear she does not drink out of plastic. She does that to preserve the environment. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with this per se, but I've been reading up on this, and some lawyers online have been saying that this is an issue because not only is it, apparently it's also a bougie version of water in a glass bottle. So not only is it in a glass bottle, but it's also not a Walmart affordable water. They also added that if they were her lawyer, they would have told her to drink water out of a paper cup, you know, to make her more likable, relatable, so that she doesn't come across as if she's showing off that she bougie, that she's snobby. So apparently, and this has been going on the internet, that this bottle is what actually weakens her likability. So I don't know if it's cheap or not, but it looks premium. It looks expensive. Okay, that's the problem. It looks expensive. The fact that it looks expensive, I don't know how much this thing costs, okay? I mean, listen, I would have made the mistake too, by the way, because I love Evian water. I love how Evian water tastes. It's like, in America, it's considered bougie French water. In France, it's a water like any other. But if you came to court with a bottle, a glass bottle of Evian water, we're done. You're going to lose the case. So doesn't matter how much this thing costs. It looks bougie. It's a glass bottle. And a lot of people have been talking about Gwyneth's glass bottle of water, how it looks expensive, hence making her less likable. What do you guys think? It's definitely not making her look like one of us, says Renato in the comment. Interesting comment. Interesting comment. Probably invented just for her, says Monty's. I don't know. Joseph says, this is the same woman who said she would rather smoke some substances than eat cheese from a can. Are we shocked? Asks Joseph. Some attorneys said that she should have a Walmart plastic bottle and paper cup. Now, I've seen the gentleman who is suing her. He came to the stand yesterday. Well, I saw him yesterday anyway. And his drink was in a thermos. You know, it was like a thermic, like just a metal container. He would open up. It's recyclable, reusable. We didn't see what was in there, but he came with his little tiny bottle. That looked relatable to me. It wasn't branded. It didn't have a logo on it. And it's something you can refill all the time. That's environmentally friendly, right? So apparently this did not look likable. Aperol Spritz says, the glass bottle just goes to show that she's unaware of her privileges. Really good point. Really good point. Really good point. Leanne is asking, why does she need to be common? She doesn't need to do anything, Leanne, but she needs to win this case. And if she wants to win this case, she has to work on being likable and relatable to the jury. And several lawyers online have been posing this question, will a bottle like that make her less likable to the jury? So while the outfit might work as a moment of subtle, restrained, I am quiet luxury, the bottle is what creates drama. People with this moment have also been talking about another famous court situation, Anna Delvey. We know how, since Anna Delvey's courtroom appearances, how important it is to set a mark and a statement while you're in court. Anna Delvey had even her own Instagram account dedicated to, well, it was not hers, I guess. It was the account of Anna Delvey's outfits in court, which had a ton of followers. So it's like we know the power of dressing up in court if it's televised, especially if it's televised. So I personally believe that Gwyneth thought through what she's going to wear every day. I don't know if she had a stylist work this out with her, but the psychology of what you're going to wear in court also influences quite considerably the decisions that the jury might make in or against your favor. Just Joe says she's being sued for $3 million. Want to show off all your money? Jury might think it won't hurt her to make her pay $3 million. That's a really good point, Just Joe. If she looks like she's really wealthy, the jury might be like, okay, girl, it doesn't seem like you have issues with money here. Just pay. Pay, honey, pay. Amber Millionaire says, a paper cup equals I'm just like you. Walmart peeps. There you have it. Let me show you the next picture. So here we have a mug. Unless we don't see branding on the mug, that's fine. Subtle, similar color tone to the outfit. I don't know if the mug is blue, outfit black, or they're both navy. I can't really see from this screenshot, but proper, buttoned up to the top, symbolizes I am proper, I am correct, I do things in a clean way, I define stuff, and I follow the rules. This is always what a buttoned up shirt gives me. That's the vibe. The cardigan, or is this a dress, whatever it is, it's also buttoned up to the top. As you can see, there's no more buttons going there. This is the last one. So this is, and always, you guys, the mid partition gives us innocence. Always. Innocence and purity. If you're going to do the partition to the side, that gives you more flirtation, more edgy, but partition in the middle, loose hair, look, the waves are ever so subtle and gentle. It's giving me almost no, I didn't even work on my hair. I just washed it. It's, we know work went into that hair, but it's giving natural, quiet luxury. However, we have another issue here. Like in the last picture, the issue was the bottle. This case, people have been pointing out her notebook. Her notebook is apparently a very, very expensive brand. What did people say? It's $200? Yeah. Frozen Luxury says, Gwyneth is using the Super Dacob mug. She's just reading the Super Dacob logo on the other side. Amber Millionaire says, yes, the notebook is $250. Interesting. Interesting. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, Bim Black is asking, is that Smithson? I think so. Yes, I think that's what they were saying, that it's a Smithson. So $250. You really want to go to court? Just like somebody said before, it can really come across as if she's not even aware of her privilege, or she just considers this to be normal for her, which also means she's not aware of her privilege. Manti says, she looks like an English teacher. Dance Calgary Kids, where's the cardigan from? Asks, where's the cardigan from? It looks so soft. It does look like cashmere. It looks super soft. The cardigan, there are people online trying to figure out the brands she's wearing, which is also interesting thing to connect to Quiet Luxury, because there are no logos. Like, it's very much rooted in the if you know, you know, which makes it kind of elitist. It's like, if you're in the know, you're going to know what brand she's wearing, but otherwise you're not going to know. And it's really hard to find out. Now, you have to do a lot of research, you know, figure out what brand is doing what, to be able to kind of figure out, okay, the shape, that the particular cut, the tailoring of it. Okay. And that's what makes it Quiet Luxury, right? Because it doesn't scream the brand. But bottom line is, Walmart has clothes, okay? Walmart has notebooks. Walmart has water. So you guys, I would shop at Walmart if I had to go to court. This is the point. This is the point. Bottom line, you know, Kev says, good luck trying to get poly blend on this woman. Well, Walmart also sells some non-poly blends. You know, you can find pure cotton and some pure wools at Walmart, albeit rare, but they're there. Oh, little rhyme. So let me see. Do I have another pizza? Just Joe says she ain't going to Walmart. Okay, hold on a minute. Just Joe says she's not going to go to Walmart. That's fine that she's not going to go to Walmart, you guys. She's an actress. If anybody is used to acting a role and a character, that's her. Her attorney or whoever for her should have told her, Gwyneth, darling, you have to see this trial as a character study for a role in a movie. Be honest when you're on the stand, of course. You're under oath. But you're playing a character with your outfits. It's a costume. It's a costume you have to wear to win an Oscar. Okay? You can tell it to her like that. I'm sure she would understand. But you have to make it clear to her, honey, it's a costume. You have to wear this costume for this role. Because this is a costume that is called for this role. If you want to win the award. Okay? Okay, sweetie. Good. You know what I mean? So Kev says, I'd wear Balenciaga and say I found it in the trash. Gloria says, it's reported that she's wearing many of her own products, which she knows will be picked up and sent people to her website. Also, fine. Yes, she also is wearing some of her products. I read in a couple of her articles. I think also in the Elle article, they did mention her own brand. But look at this, you guys. Someone is telling her how people are criticizing her online. Somebody is giving her instructions. She's slowly changing. This is a couple of days. I'm not so sure. I think this is after the glass bottle. What do we see here? Paper cup. Somebody's been learning. But we still have the Smithsonian notebook, though. We still got to change the notebook. We still need the cheaper notebook. But she got the paper cup. Paige D says, my clients work for major insurance companies. I always tell them to dress modestly for court. It helps likability. You already face an uphill battle if you are seen as wealthy or better off. But it's an interesting point that somebody else made about the fact that she also wants to plug her own clothes, her own brand. If she shows up in court with her own brand, people are going to buy it, right? People are going to be like, oh my God, I want to wear what Gwyneth is wearing. Let me buy her own stuff. Because that can also pay for the court fees. You see what I mean? If she sells a ton of her own clothes, that's going to pay for whatever the guy is suing her for, which is allegedly $3 million, somebody said. So it's not that unclever. She could also be saying, well, okay, even if I lose in this trial, I could still potentially make a ton of money with the sales of the clothes that are my own brand. So, interesting point. Very interesting point. Page D is countering the claim. Lawyer Page in the house says the clout from that is not worth a potential record as a civil defendant with a loss. I see what you're saying. Makes sense. So it's better for her to win the case than to lose the case but make more money off of the clothes. It looks better. I wonder how that would be damaging to her career. I mean, she's already very wealthy, probably. So does she even care at this point? She has kids. A family, like, isn't that all you would ever wish for? To be happy with your kids and to have enough money to live a whole lifetime without needing to ever work again? So technically, Nicole, another lawyer in the house, says, I agree with Paige. Interesting. Let me see if we have another picture to show. Here we have a black look. Again, slightly wavy hair, almost... Again, very natural, very natural. This is from today, by the way. So this is the latest picture. This is from today. The hair is, for me, the hair is giving, we've been working on the hair. It's giving me major, but trying to look effortless. Like, oh, I didn't do anything with it, out of bed look. But it looks very on point, especially how, these curves work. Black always works in court. I have a feeling that it gives you that somber look. It makes you feel sad. It makes you feel like you are going through something and you deserve empathy and you deserve emotion. So I think black is fine. By the way, I did not take the screenshot of this particular moment in the courtroom to shade this lady. Just to let you guys know, this was not my intention. I'm just saying this. Why? Because when I was looking for the right screenshot of Gwyneth, all this sequence was going on while this lady was making this face. She kept making this face. She didn't stop making this face for a long time. So I don't know if that's her face or if she knew that she was on camera somehow and she wanted to mimic Gwyneth. I don't know what's going on here, but this lady kept making this face for a longer period of time. So I don't want you to think that I took the screenshot just to throw shade at the lady in the background. I didn't. So it's kind of fascinating. Dance Calgary Kid says, in this photo, it looks like she's literally rethinking her decision to be in court for $300,000. She could make that in a week of work, not to say that she shouldn't fight for the truth. Well, hold on a minute, though. She just wants $1. That's what I understood, you guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she literally says, all I'm asking for is $1. I don't care about this. This is out of principle for me. I didn't do anything wrong. She's claiming that the other gentleman did something wrong and she just wants this to go away. She doesn't want big money from him. She just wants $1. Symbolic $1. Paige says $1 plus legal fees. Yeah, Leanne, she doesn't do films anymore. Since a while now, I haven't seen her doing films either. Melissa says plus attorney fees. Oh, the other skier wants $300,000? Andrea, somebody said he wants $3 million. I thought he wants $3 million. Dance Calgary Kid says, time is money, honey. Legal fees are expensive. Yeah, Nicole says, no, the plaintiff is asking for $3 million. Yeah, so the plaintiff's asking for $3 million, I guess, plus legal fees, or are legal fees included? And oh, Amber says the news said that Gwyneth is covered by insurance. Insurance could have paid the $300,000 by now at first, but judge threw $3 million out of the court. Interesting. So Dance Calgary Kiss says, nope, it's 300,000. It's not 3 million. Joseph says, flashback to Naomi Campbell complaining in court over the diamonds. Oh my God, the blood diamonds. Mia Farrow and Naomi Campbell both in court. What a random duo. Living for that pop culture moment. I will never forget that moment. This is many years ago, but it's still on YouTube. Leanne in the comments in the chat says, she's a very self-righteous person. I believe her. I don't think she would do this if she didn't think she was right. Eminem says the other skier initially wanted 3 million, but went down to 300,000. And Amber says, yes, 3 million at first. Yes. Interesting. Oh, Andrea says, I see Gwyneth Paltrow on a Netflix series after this. And Amber says the judge threw it out as the plaintiff was claiming hit and run case. Steph says, see, you don't have these problems if you just stay off the slopes and sip hot cocoa in the lodge. Completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. But again, all the fashion news, bulletins, papers, online accounts, they're all talking about it. Quiet luxury, quiet luxury. Gwyneth Paltrow being the exponent, the epitome of quiet luxury. She's been advocating for quiet luxury for many, 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 many years now, right? This is not something she just, oh, let me reinvent my style for court. She's been wearing stuff like this for many, many years. So I personally respect her for that. Forget about the money she has or doesn't have. The fact that she's very coherent with herself is a true testament to her integrity. This is what I would be thinking if I were in the jury. Now, do I find her character likable or not? That's a whole other can of worms. All I'm saying is I personally would not judge against her. I would not rule against her as a juror just because of the expensive Smithson notebook she has or whatever. You know what I mean? What I would notice is lack of charisma. Sorry, Gwyneth. I really want to say I see charisma, but it's like she's working overtime to not be charismatic. And I don't know why, you know? Yeah, there you go. Jessica Ritali says she's not likable at all. Jessica says in the chats. Oh, Nicole, there you go. We have a lawyer in the house saying, I don't think this would have gotten anywhere near trial if she wasn't a celebrity. Interesting. But Eva says she was great on the stand. VL says she might end up like Amber Heard. Leanne says, if she came in Walmart clothes, we would all see through it. It would be disingenuous. That's a really good point. But Leanne, we are not the jurors. We're the public opinion, and she might have issues with public opinion later on. But the important thing is that the jurors trust her, like her, right? So the way I see it, isn't it like really complicated in terms of finding the right jurors? Because like the jury is supposed to not really know who you are, which is really hard if there's a legal case with a famous person. How can you choose a jury that actually doesn't know you? Or, you know, and if they do know you, how can you prove that that juror isn't a fan? Or that juror doesn't like you because you are famous? It's really, really hard, if you think about it, to find a jury that is impartial from the beginning of the trial and then makes up their opinion as the trial goes along. But to find a jury that is impartial to a very, very famous person, I don't know where. I mean, have these people been living under a rock all these years to not know who she is? You know what I mean? You know, Steph says, I've been on jury more times than I like. After time drags on, you start to lose patience and your opinions can take a surprising turn. Interesting point, Steph. Interesting point, Steph. Interesting point, Steph. Great insight. Leanne says, are you assuming the jurors are nothing like us? And Leanne also says, I don't like her. I do believe her. That's a good point, Leanne. I'm not assuming they're nothing like us, Leanne. What I'm saying is the lawyers from both sides fight to get the jury they want in this courtroom. Okay? So they're going to eliminate the jury that isn't qualified. And if you know about Gwyneth Paltrow, like we do, they would eliminate us. Leanne, they would eliminate you. You would not be allowed to be a juror in this case because you know who she is. And you've seen her movies and you know too much about her. They would eliminate me too. They would say, do you know her? I would say, yes, of course I do. She won an Oscar. She wore the pink Ralph Lauren dress when she won her Oscar. The Oscars, they would immediately say, okay, next. You're disqualified. You're disqualified. You have already too many opinions about her. You're disqualified. So either the jurors lied, that they have no opinions about her, they don't really know her, they're not fans of her, just to be on this case, or they really don't know almost anything about her, in which case they are different to us because we know about her. You know what I mean? That's what's the difference here. So let me see what else. I'm sure she wears Bogner on the slopes. Well, Andrea, this is an interesting point because, again, in one of these, I think it was Elle magazine or Marie Claire, somebody stated that actually Gwyneth allegedly is wearing the same ski outfit for many, many, many years. She's using the same one. It's a good quality. It's nothing flashy, nothing cuckoo on the slopes. She's been wearing the same one for many, many, many years. She doesn't buy a new one every time she goes to ski. So they're kind of mentioning that she's very... conservative is the wrong word, but that she's kind of environmentally friendly there a little bit because she's not buying new clothes every time she goes to ski, allegedly, right? Paige says, agreed. We may be biased on this front being people that can appreciate luxury, even quiet, and spending money on it and knowing that it doesn't mean you're a jerk or a millionaire. Exactly. Good point. Caleb says, I've done jury duty once, but I wasn't chosen. Oh, they sent you home? No, Kev, no Coco Neige on the slopes. No, she wasn't serving Coco Logo on the slopes, no. Yes, exactly, Aoife. It's sustainable fashion, not fast. So when it comes to the clothes I'm seeing Gwyneth wearing on the stand, I have nothing negative to say about it as a person who knows fashion, who knows luxury. If we're gonna, but we're niche here on my channel. It's very niche when we talk about these things. But if we're gonna go into the masses and try to understand how will the masses react to this aesthetic, it can go sour. It can go sour. I can see how people might judge and say, who do you think you are? You know what I mean? You want my vote, but you're acting, like a snob, or you're acting, you're dressing up like you're better than me. And you expect sympathy from me. You expect empathy from me. I can see how some people might think that way. I can see that. I don't think that way, but I can see how people could think that way. Well, anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. I wonder if there's one more outfit. That's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gwyneth. All the best of luck to you. No matter how the wind turns whichever way the wind blows, Gwyneth, I am sure you will come out triumphant one way or the other because you are a trooper. Thank you guys so much for watching. Never forget to never give up on love and subscribe. Okay, so that was the Gwyneth Paltrow. Now, listen, there was one more thing. I didn't want to talk about it because I think we focused very much on her, and I think it's important that we stood on topic because there's this one more article, and it's by Vogue magazine, and it delves into, generally speaking, quiet luxury. And they're talking about Katy Perry. Now, we're not going to film this as a separate topic, but it's going to stay in the live stream. Let me move to the center. Katy Perry. Look, let's connect the dots. Okay. Katy Perry, super friend of Jeremy Scott. As you know, she was wearing Jeremy Scott and Moschino for every special event in her life, right? Almost. Then, a week ago, the news breaks that Jeremy's leaving Moschino. So all hell breaks loose, yada yada, whatever have you. Who's going to come instead of him at the helm of Moschino? Where is Jeremy going to go? Questions, questions, questions. However, the second Jeremy leaves Moschino, Katy Perry starts dressing in quiet luxury. No more Jeremy. I'm like, that was fast, Katy. Katy rebranded completely. And Vogue is reporting about it, and they say even Katy Perry is embracing the quiet luxury trend. So, of course, I cannot show you the photos, but they're copywritten. But it's so funny because Vogue is talking about the starting of Succession's highly anticipated return to the big screen, television screens. And then, because the show talks about wealth and quiet luxury looks, and they say Katy Perry, who has opted for a sleek ensemble, that's notable shift away from her usual cartoonish style. Vogue is throwing shade at Katy Perry. I cannot. While out running errands in Manhattan, New York, the singer was the epitome of pared back sophistication in a cream-belted overcoat from Centaur, a black knitted midi dress, and dainty black leather buckled mules by far. To top it all off, Perry finished the look with the ultimate stealth wealth accessories, an elegant pair of black cat-eye shades, as well as a black if you know leather shoulder bag from the Row. Of course, the Row is always, wherever there's quiet luxury, there's the Row. The Olsen sisters fashion label has been leading the quiet luxury movement ever since it launched back in 2006. Perhaps we're witnessing the beginning of a new era of dressing for Katy Perry. Interesting how they don't mention that Jeremy Scott is gone now, right? From Moschino. At the fall 2023 shows, brands like Bottega Veneta, Alexander McQueen, Ferragamo, and Kite, as well as The Row, of course, delivered super refined collections that felt like a bold shift from the daring, cut-out, naked styles. Now they're throwing shade at Mugler for H&M. Because Mugler for H&M is still kind of 6 years back. Sorry, I know. Listen, I really want Mugler to succeed, but this ain't it. It feels so dated. Especially that collaboration that they're doing with H&M. It's just not modern. It's not ripe in the right way. It feels like it's several years too late and uninspired. So anyway, last week, Katy Perry stated in a video for Vogue's Life in Looks franchise that her Scarlet Maison Margiela artisanal Met Gala gown was the moment she felt like she belonged in fashion, finally, noting that she had previously felt like an outsider. Recently, the star attended Carol Burnett's 90th birthday celebration in Hollywood wearing an exquisite vintage Bob Mackie dress. Interesting. Bob Mackie. Now she's wearing vintage Bob Mackie. I mean, she's definitely going for a huge change in style, you know, which is kind of... Moschino has a departure from Jeremy Scott. She's having a departure from Jeremy Scott. She was one of the people that was always wearing him and supporting him. Very fascinating. Yeah, Debbie. Bob Mackie did a lot of amazing outfits for Cher. He sure did. He sure did. A lot of people have been wearing vintage Mackie this year, says Tyler. Yeah, Bob Mackie, huge comeback. Thank you so much, Tisha, for becoming a Tier 1 member. Thank you, sweetie. And yeah, Bob Mackie has had a huge resurgence. Bob Mackie was never really gone, I feel. But there is this need for hyper-sophisticated luxury, like on a red carpet level. And that was Bob Mackie. Always and forever. And I think there's that need for exactly the right over-the-top luxurious outfit for the right moment, being a red carpet event, for example, as opposed to wearing overly fancy stuff to the supermarket. I think that's how the times are changing. I think we're becoming quite conservative, you guys. If you think about it, we're going back to those times where you're wearing denim, slouchy jeans or whatever, and kind of an oversized sweater or, you know, pullover or something to go, you know, to the grocery store, but then you're going to wear the Bob Mackie dress to a special event. And in between, there's very little room for anything. It's either quiet luxury for daily life, okay, or super refined, custom-made luxury outfits for you for the red carpet. And like no in between. I think this is the direction we're heading towards at the moment. Oh, Abba, interesting point. Blame Alessandro Michele and Gucci for overdoing maximalism until we puked. That's why everyone is on the quiet luxury bandwagon. This is an interesting point. It's a good point, but also... I gotta say, had Alessandro Michele done it right, I think people would not be over it. You see, there's a lot to be said about not doing things in the right way, whether it be styling, design, or quality of materials or lack thereof, because a lot of those materials were very synthetic. You know, I would go to Gucci to check stuff out from time to time, and every time I touch a garment, I'm like, oh, this feels okay. Let me check the tag. Oh, I see. Okay, 10% acrylic, 20% synthetic, 30% acrylic, you know, elastan, this and that, mixed with a bit of wool. You know, it's not like they were playing with high-end materials there either. So you pair those with the tacky clash combinations that Alessandro Michele used to do. But then you give it a really expensive price tag. It doesn't work for me. You know what I mean? It doesn't work for me. But yeah, Caleb, interesting point. Caleb says, like, so is it also indicative of pending recession? Not necessarily, if you think about it, because quiet luxury still is quite expensive. So I guess maybe the people who can really afford expensive clothes, they don't want to be called, they do not want to be called out for being insensitive during a recession. So they might be wearing less visibly expensive clothes, like with logos. But then the people who can't afford really expensive clothes are also following kind of this trend of like toning it down. So yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the recession or because we're just oversaturated by all of these Alessandro Michele types or also Moschino things. Quite frankly, for example, for me, Elsa Schiaparelli, what's happening right now to Elsa Schiaparelli, it's just not it. I know people are, oh my God, resurgence of fashion. The guy single-handedly saved haute couture because he's such a visionary. I'm like, this has been done before. This is so bland and boring. This is not giving me future of haute couture. This is giving me, let me redo what's been done before and try to make some money out of it because nobody else is being creative enough. I'm like, yeah, but you're not creative either. So where are we at right now? You know what I mean? So anyway, but just wanted to say, you know, that. The House of Louis says, I've actually been thinking of getting a super extra large white shirt, no logo from Hermes. I guess that's my quiet moment. They're amazing. The only problem with them, they're a little bit too sheer. You know, I've been waiting for an oversized white Hermes shirt as well for a while now, but I find them to be a little bit too sheer for me. You know, I want them to be a little bit thicker. Yeah, Nikki, depending where you live, you don't want a target on your back being flashy either. No, for sure. For sure you don't. And Kev says, maybe just a PR machine from LVMH trying to hype up the return of Phoebe Philo. Maybe, because Phoebe is having a return, the queen of quiet luxury. Now, I have an example to share with you. So we've already seen my example of the quiet luxury bag. And I've showed that to you an hour ago. Definitely quiet luxury for me is always an oversized black t-shirt. This one is 5 times extra large. Okay, so I'm wearing this as an example. Toned down makeup quite a bit. Hair, minimal. You can see just a little tiny clip in the back and everything else is just flowing. Minimal. But the, for me, epitome when it comes to clothing of quiet luxury is a special trench coat. It has to be beige or camel. You know, it has to have that color, okay? And it has to be special. No visible branding, but it has to have a special tailoring, okay? And I do have here in my archives a beautiful example of my favorite example of a trench coat, quiet luxury trench coat, okay? Here goes. It's been hanging on the Karen chair the whole time. It's this Vivienne Westwood Man collection from several years ago. I'm going to put it on now. I'm going to see. Hold on. Let me just... Now, this is a particular trench coat because obviously, if you know, you know, right? This is Vivienne's buttons. It's the color she always uses, this kind of earthy tone. And it's it's called a drunken trench coat because it is asymmetrically tailored. Okay, so it has, as you can see, one side is a little bit higher than the other. I'm going to put it on and you're going to see. This to me is a very, very good symbol of quiet luxury. If you know, you know, right? All right, let me style myself. All right. Hold on, you guys. Trying to get the hair out of the way. So it is very particular. I mean, it has this little piece here, so we can actually, let me close it. So we got the, all right, and we got a belt as well. We can tie it together, and it's all twisted and sewn, twisted on purpose to make it look like it's warped. It's all done on purpose. It actually means that the manufacturing of this trench coat takes even longer. It takes more time to do. These are the cuffs. We can also, you know, in case it's very windy, you can also pull up, button it together. This is done on purpose, slightly lowered, so you get this wave in the trench as you're wearing it. So it's all kind of slightly warped, like a drunken person made it. And then you put on sunglasses. Now, obviously, the sunglasses have logos. Most of mine do. So, alas, we can't really, and there's always going to be usually a Chanel logo on the side, but that's kind of the vibe. Cool, right? Lolito says, bellissimo. Grazie, Lolito. Corey says, I found a seamstress and have pieces made with very nice materials. That's also great to do that, for sure. Now, this one hits almost my knee. It ends right before the knee, so that's the length of it. Of course, I can't show you here the whole thing, but a good trench coat in a camel color, beige color, sandy color, that is like, that's quiet luxury, in my opinion, you know. A good tailored, interesting shaped, classic trench coat, but with a twist and no logos. I think that is like the biggest element of quiet luxury that you could have in your wardrobe is a trench coat. Bottom line, it's the trench. The trench coat is the symbol. The right perfume is the symbol. The right bag, you know. Now, speaking of the right bag, the color combo is to die for. Can we talk? This is such a moment. Now, obviously, hold on, let me take a picture. Which brings me to the next topic. We're going to talk Louis. Let me just change the background. All right, you guys, listen. Naked Vaqueta looks good next to it, right, Evie? Yeah. It's a moment. Hold on, let me just switch the background. Hold on. Okay. I have to make it smaller. Oh yeah, naked anything looks better, looks good under a trench coat. Yeah, you don't need much. Hey Zara, oh, tuned in at the perfect moment. Hi everyone. Hi Zara, how's it going, sweetie? Just wearing, you know, quiet luxury trench coat. Quiet luxury, darling. Quiet luxury. Hold on, let me. Okay. All right. So let's film. I have a question for you. We've been talking about quiet luxury a lot. It's a topic on everybody's mouths. It is the trending trend of all trends in 2023. Quiet luxury. And yet I have this question. Is it ever possible, or will it ever be possible for us to see the Monogram canvas as quiet luxury? Is the Louis Vuitton Monogram canvas, can it be considered quiet luxury? We're going to talk about it. I know you're going to be like, Dacob, you're crazy. What are you talking about? It's literally a logo. Hold it. I have a theory. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week, so join us for the live streams. Now listen, I have my co-chatters here. So, okay, Andrea Meyer says no. Leanne says, oh, that does look good together. I know. Quiet luxury trench coat. This one is by Vivienne Westwood, by the way. And then, listen, we've all seen Audrey Hepburn with her Speedies, okay? she looks amazing with her Speedies. Elegant, 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 elegant. Now, I know that for something to be quiet luxury, you don't do the logo. Okay. Like, we get it. But hear me out on this one. What if we were to make an exception for heritage pieces? I'm not saying seasonal Louis Vuitton bags. I'm saying stuff that's been around for many, 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 many decades, right? The Speedy, for me, take away the logo. The shape of the Speedy, this to me, this bag symbolizes quiet luxury, right? If it didn't have the LV logo, and if it were just a plain brown canvas, this would be quiet luxury. So I'm not saying seasonal bags, I'm saying heritage pieces. But because this is a heritage piece, and because this pattern has been around for what, over 100 years, has this entered, I don't know. Has this entered the kind of our understanding of fashion, luxury people, whatever we are, as something, as a standard, like as quiet luxury? And I'm saying this, why am I saying this? Because I've seen a lot of, people online that talk about fashion, influencers or people that do videos on luxury. They're going to want to show off their Birkin and Kelly, first and foremost. That to them symbolizes like, I've made it, I can afford it, I have the connections to buy it new in store from Hermes directly. To me, that's no quiet luxury anymore. That becomes a show-off factor. Quite vulgar, really. But they don't usually wear a Speedy. You don't see anybody pulling off a Speedy from all of those people. You just don't. And if they do, it's going to be a leather Speedy or an exotic skin or something. It's not going to be the basic model of the Speedy, the classical model of the Speedy. And I think they don't want to wear it. Those type of people don't want to wear it because they believe that this is going to make them look ordinary. Because they want to stand out from the crowd. They want you to look at them and think, oh, they got something unattainable. Oh, they got the Birkin, they got the Kelly, they got the exotics. But they don't want to wear these because this thing then looks like anybody can have it. And there's too much fakes out there. And I think precisely for that reason, the Speedy has become more of a quiet luxury item, especially in the Monogram, because you're not going to see really those show-offy, new rich or, tacky rich people wearing these. They're not because they think if they wear these, you're going to clock them for not really having money. Interesting how demented human psychology can be. But are you following me here? Caleb says, Speedy 40 was my first luxury bag I bought. This is a Speedy 35, by the way. They discontinued the 40. Well, they still do it if you buy the heritage one, but then they have to put the logo on. They have to put your name on. You know what I mean? The letters, I don't like that. But oh, there you go. Lolito says, completely agree. Blue Bannister says, it might make it rarer, but does that make it quiet when everyone still recognizes it? And this is a question. I'm really torn on this because it does look amazing. These colors, look at this. I love it. Now, you see, this, as much as I love the pochette accessoires, let me do a screenshot, actually. As much as I love this one is too modern for me to be quiet luxury. Isn't that interesting? And this is why I'm telling you guys, it's not the canvas for me, Monogram canvas, feels like on certain pieces, it's quiet luxury. I can't explain it to you. It just, on this piece, it doesn't feel like quiet luxury. Here, it looks like it's too modern to be quiet luxury, too new. This, to me, is like so classical, like from the 20s and the 30s, that it also, again, feels like if you know, you know, even though there's a logo there. Then, you know, if we go into this territory, if we go into the toiletry pouch, the Poche Toilette 26 or 19 or 15, also a little bit too modern. Or maybe not. I don't know, because it's giving me, you know, Lady Diana wearing hers, leaving the yacht with Dodi Al-Fayed, or even Marc Jacobs having his own. But this kind of just as a little clutch moment, it's fabulous. Maybe it's not quiet luxury, but if everything else you have on is quiet luxury, and then you have just a touch of Louis monogram canvas, it can be very elegant. Maybe it's not quiet, but it's giving me major sophistication. It's not giving me basic. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's just a canvas. Everybody can have it. It's so basic. I don't think it's basic at all. I think it gives such heritage vibes. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it gives such... so gorgeous. It gives such... It makes you feel amazing to wear these pieces. Caleb says, not everyone knows about the heritage behind that logo, and especially the Speedy. But you see, because not everybody knows about the heritage of the logo and the heritage of the Speedy, that makes it quiet. Because you don't know. You see what I mean? It's the if you know moment. If you know the heritage of the Speedy and of the logo and the history of the logo, then you know. But most people don't know. But it's because they don't know that this is in reality quiet luxury. There's a case to be made here. What all my lawyers in the house say? We got lawyers in the chats, y'all. What are my lawyers saying? Do I have a case here or did I lose it, Your Honor? Leanne says, was she really using it as a clutch or was she on the way to the powder room? No, Leanne, she left the yacht and they were going through to walk through the city just a little bit. They were very leisure dressed and she just took this quickly under her arm and she just walked, you know, whatever, a little bit in town and then went back to the yacht with this thing. Really awesome. And Marc Jacobs did the same, but he was out, I think, at some premiere or some red carpet event with the Poche Toilette. Yeah, Rachel, that's what I'm saying. The classic Louis Vuitton print is basically a neutral in combination with the right shape. So only if we judge it on a heritage piece, on a key paul or a Speedy, basically, or a trunk, basically is what I'm saying. Yeah. You know. Kev says, strictly the Speedy, since it's not as popular, the Neverfull would never be quiet luxury these days. In fact, Kev, I did not even mention the Neverfull in this video because I completely agree with you. I did not want to sink on that ship because the Neverfull, I would not make an exception for the Neverfull. The Neverfull, in my humble opinion, does not belong in the quiet luxury department. I'm not shading who has it. I said before, also the Pochette Accessoires for me does not fall in the quiet luxury department, even though I have one and I love it. I would not consider this quiet luxury. This, the Speedy, yes. The Speedy, yes. I wonder if Mark has nightmares of making the Neverfull, says Frozen Luxury. Alma, Rachel, great point. The Louis Vuitton Alma in monogram canvas, also another example of quiet luxury to me. You know, the Noé, the Louis Vuitton Noé bag, Also, example of quiet luxury to me, even though it has a Monogram logo. Now, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below, because I know this, you know, people are going to say, no, this is absolutely no. Absolutely no. The Monogram, no matter what piece it's on, it's not quiet luxury. And yet here I am in a gray zone. Could it be? Could it not be? Can exceptions be made? Can they not be made? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe. Bye. So, you guys, this was the Speedy. I mean, I'm living for the Speedy moment. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should take another photo while I'm wearing all this stuff, just in case I need another thumbnail moment with all these bags, you know. Oh, Tallulah is in the house too, by the way. Oh my God, it's too much stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Thumbnail time, y'all. People are still throwing shade at me for the folded bag. I keep it folded. When I don't use it, I fold it, you guys. I've given up on that. Yeah, when I don't use it, it's folded. Now it's stuffed, but usually it's folded if I don't use it. Just letting you know. It was meant to be folded when not used. Ugh. Tallulah, you're upside down. Okay. That was a moment. But you know what I'm saying? I think there's a case to be made here. But I think all our lawyers left the building. So we don't know what the lawyers think. Hold on. It's getting hot in here. Let me take off my clothes. Louis is so quiet. LOL. Okay, you can throw as much shade as you want, Louis. But I'm telling you. I think there's a case to be made here for exceptions. Ah, yes, Renato. Also, no shoulder strap. The Speedy, exactly. Ah, I should have mentioned that in the video. No bandolier. No bandolier. Just the handles. No bandolier. Just the handles. Yeah. Yeah, just the handles. Just the handles. Rina, yes, yes. The sac plat. Okay, without the shoulder strap, I mean. Andy says, oh, I'll let you have it. What are you going to let me or somebody else? And Renato Corey K says, classic. Oh, you'll let me have the case? Thanks, Andy. Diego Gold says, hi, Dacob. Hi, everyone. Do I miss much? Oh, yeah, well, you missed a bit. But you can catch up later. Hey, Aisha A. How's it going, sweetie? Hey, Lydia Kima. Would this also be the case for the Alma in Damier Ebene or Monogram only? No, I think in Damier Ebene as well. Yeah. Also because, I mean, Damier Ebene doesn't even have a logo. I mean, it does have a tiny Louis Vuitton. Like, it repeats every, what? 10 squares? It's like very tiny, right? But I think the Damier Ebene also would fall under that. Because the Damier Ebene is actually older than the Louis Vuitton, than the LV Monogram. So, the Damier Ebene canvas pattern is older than the Monogram. So it's even more traditional. So even more so would fall under the category of classic. Yeah. Julie Smith says, from a normal Midwest middle-class wife, anything Louis Vuitton logo item screams luxury if it is real. Yeah, but yeah. It's interesting though, because to me, it doesn't anymore. It's luxury, don't get me wrong. But I've dealt with luxury so much in my life, like also from a job perspective, but also in my private life, that I can tell you, Louis, at least the stuff that I buy from Louis, okay, it's so practical. And the stuff that I have really withstands the test of time, that usually luxury, like luxurious items that you purchase, they're not often very practical, right? They're special, they're beautiful, you want to covet them, you take care of them. Some are super delicate, but not Louis. The Monogram is such a bull. You know, it's a warrior. It's a trooper. You bash it, you trash it, you throw it down the staircase, whatever. You know, my key pouch or whatever, and it's always, it resists anything. It doesn't. You can't destroy it. So in a way, my Louis canvas pieces have become such a daily part of my routine that I don't see them anymore as that type of luxury, you know? I don't see them as like the delicate Chanel bag that can break if you just look at it in the wrong way. Or I don't see it, you know what I mean? I don't see it as this Hermes crop, which, you know, you use for special occasions only, you know, it's like whatever, right? Like, they've become this daily comfort zone of friendly accessories that aid you through the day. And you do become a little bit desensitized to it. Like if you're using them all the time, then you become less afraid to use them. You become less afraid that they're going to wear out. You become less afraid that they're going to get damaged, that they're going to get wear and tear, that they're going to get those, you know, marks of use and age on them, because they're just so practical and they make you so happy when you use them that actually the entire joy of owning those pieces is using them. And once you realize that, or once I have realized that about the Louis Monogram pieces, then I stopped seeing them as luxury, strangely. Then they became something else. They became too practical to be just luxury. Is that weird? Isn't that weird? That's so weird. Yeah, Rachel, and that's what quiet luxury is. Comfortable. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? I think if the leather has a patina and you are not precious about it, it's quiet. Oh, Corey, that's a good point. Yeah, when you just like, you know, nonchalantly, like, whatever, I'm just using it. It gets the patina. Who cares? Love it. Love it. The bag, love the bag, the weight. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I think Y2K period has kind of killed the Louis Vuitton Monogram for a lot of us. I think in like 5 to 10 years, yes, it will be quiet. Corey, good point. Yeah. But it's already now becoming more quiet. They're doing less and less of these like special heritage pieces. They're harder to find as well. You know, like they're becoming more of a rarity. It's really hard to get a pochette accessoires these days. It's still not hard to get a Speedy, although they have reduced the sizes considerably. They used to do a 40 Speedy. They also used to do a Speedy 45 and a Keepall 45, but they also used to do a Speedy 45. They discontinued the 45. They discontinued the 40. Now we have 35, 30, and 25. Then you got the special ones, the mini, the macro, the micro, the nano, whatever it's called, the 20 sometimes, Tallulah. But it's not anymore like huge variety. You know, it's less and less choices that we have. Like if you just filter out Monogram canvas on their website now, you're going to get way less options available on the Louis Vuitton website than, let's say, 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And it's so obvious. It's so obvious. You see how they're reducing small leather goods. OMG. There used to be a ton of Monogram variations of every kind of card holder, coin holder, a wallet, compact wallet, big wallet, a ton of them. And then they reduced. And now there's like just a handful of small leather goods in canvas, of the classic small leather goods in canvas that you can find, because they're usually just all discontinued. Almost definitely, when I worked luxury retail, became desensitized after a year. The items became less precious. Yeah, deeply erring. That's the thing. When you use them a lot, they become less precious. Anna says, I don't see any Louis Vuitton in my area, at most in the capital of my county. And Deeply says, I wasn't afraid to use them later on. Corey says, I have a background in fashion history. I focused on early 20s to 1969. So this is beyond fun for me to discuss. Corey, I mean, you brought some incredible points to the table, seriously, because it totally makes sense. Like, it's going to become, I geek out about these conversations as well. I can go on for hours about this, but it does become a thing, right? Where I agree with you. I believe that give it a couple of years' time and it will become quiet luxury again. Again, I don't know if it ever was, but the Monogram canvas, like the Speedy and stuff, is going to become quiet luxury. Julie Smith says, when you haven't been around any luxury items in that world, and you see any luxury logo items, no matter how useful, it still screams luxury. You just don't see it here. It's more Coach and Michael Kors. But Coach also has a logo. And Michael Kors also has, on some pieces, a very visible logo. Now, we could start a whole other conversation whether or not Coach and Michael Kors are to be considered luxury, or how far can we deem them luxury, not because of quality or lack thereof, for Michael Kors for the most part, lack thereof, but because of the aesthetic and style. Blue Bannister says it's all definitely context dependent. Corey says it's hard to find people who get my geekdom. I get it. I totally get it. I'm the same. Like, yeah. I mean, because listen, I have to be a geek. Otherwise, why would I have even asked the question and made an entire video about whether or not Louis Vuitton Monogram canvas can be considered quiet luxury after all? Like, no sane person would make a video about that. And truth be told, that video is probably not going to get any views, but I don't care. I really like that topic, so I'm going to post that video anyway. Oh my God, Andy, definitely. Coach is luxury if you buy it for the doggies. Yeah, you just bought them new collars? Fabulous. Fabulous. Corey says, email me anytime you get a bug in your bonnet. Will do, Corey. In a non-fashion conscious city, the Birkin is super quiet. In New York City, not so much. Context. Definitely, Blue Bannisters. Context dependent. Yeah, great example. Great example. Zara says Coach has been stepping it up recently, and Debbie agrees. But like, have they been stepping it up in terms of quality, or are they stepping up the marketing to become sensitize the viewers into believing that they are more luxury? Where have they been stepping it up? Sylvia says both. Ashay says, the quality is there for the price, I'd say. Tyler says, Coach is better than Michael Kors. Louis says, honestly, quality is good. Zara says, oh yes, the quality is there. Debbie says, I could walk around with a Birkin. No one would blink. Coach screams, however, says Debbie. Interesting context. Caleb says, the design and marketing is stepping up, but sadly, the quality of Coach isn't what it was 10 to 15 years ago. And I watch Miss Philly a lot, right, on YouTube, and I love her. She's amazing. And she also has a thrifting channel, and she deals a lot with Coach, also with Michael Kors. And she also says a lot in her videos that, you know, like with Coach, they have outlet produced pieces produced just for the outlet, which is like lower quality. A lot of their pieces and leather is made in China. Wasn't the case in the past. There has been a decrease in quality in the past, allegedly. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I hear from Miss Philly. So yeah. Caleb says, save space, LOL. Chris says, I noticed that Coach also don't have as much of their monogram pieces as well compared to the past. Huh. Zara's laughing about the safe space. Gloria says, I agree with Julie Smith and Blue Bannisters. You wear Louis Vuitton in Louisville, Kentucky, and you are seen. Blue Bannister says, Tanner Leatherstein covers Coach. Although we must also wonder whether it's to appeal to his intended audience. Interesting that you bring up Tanner Leatherstein. Corey says, I'm in Utah. Hermes would be tacky here and in bad taste. Even at a country club, it would be seen as new money. Corey, but how would a Speedy be seen in Monogram? Probably also as trash then. Homegirl Success says, hi. Hi, Homegirl. Frozen Luxury. I have seen Coach Rogue bags for $1,000 and the quality is absolutely amazing, as it should be at that price point. Oh, yeah. A lot of the brands have just thrown out of the window the pricing situation, like comparing price to quality. Quality? I don't know her. CL says, did you see that Chanel reduced commissions from 7 to 0% on some handbags and accessories? I was shook. Yes, CL, I shot a whole segment about that in this live stream. Video coming soon. Deep Layering says, I think their quality has gotten better. I have 90s Coach bags from my mom, and they are made so much better than the Coach I was buying as a young adult in the early 2000s. Julie Smith, Julie Smith says, Dacob is naming his many Louis Vuitton bags while I am just trying to save money for a new deck and fix my old sagging boobs. Haha. Bobs. Wait, did you mean bobs or boobs? Oh my God. Sorry if I read it wrong, but... Cha. The boobage. Zara says, yes, they are moving more to a lot of leather bags. Coach, yeah. Well, Louis is moving to a lot of leather bags too. I just got a bag from the 50s and OMG, the leather is amazing, says Louis. Corey says, Speedy is fine. Interesting, Corey. Well, then let's go to the country club, darling. Let's go to the country club. And we're going to pull a trick on them. We're going to enter with a Speedy. We're going to open the Speedy. When we're inside, we're going to pull a Birkin out of the Speedy. Oh! Shook. They're going to throw us out of the country club. Here, it's vintage luxury is what my clients look for, says Corey. Debbie says, Dacob started off the stream discussing the commissions. Mo S says, hi, Dacob. Hello. Yes, I started off the stream. Hi, Mo. I started off the stream with that conversation, and then somebody had to throw shade at me for talking about Chanel. Mo S says, hello, all. The Coach leather from the 1980s was unbelievable and high quality. It was also made in the USA back then. Yes. Homegirl Success says, my Coach shoes are peeling off on the inside after 1 year of storing them in a shoebox. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Julie Smith says, I lived through Dacob, LOL. He's my fashion spirit animal. Oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you, sweetie darling. Chris says to Ciel, wow, that is awful. Chanel might as well just have those in the website so we can buy online. Don't waste on the essays time. That's a good point. Corey says, here, it's vintage luxury is what my clients look for. Sorry, read that one already. Zara says, thoughts on Louis Vuitton Epi Leather. One of my all-time faves is my Louis Vuitton Alma BB in Epi. 10 years old and still gorgeous. It's a highly coated leather and embossed. Visually beautiful. I personally don't like the tactile experience of it. I don't like to touch it. It's something about it. I don't like to touch it. It doesn't freak me out like toes, but I don't. But okay, wait, hold on. I can't get it out of my mind now. But yeah, Epi Leather. Don't like to touch. But I like looking at it. I don't like to touch it. It's so bizarre. Weird, no? But vintage Epi Leather is gorgeous because they had some really amazing saturated colors. The Epi Leather in yellow, in red, in green. Oh my God, those colors are to die for. Gorgeously saturated colors on the leather. But I don't like to touch it. I don't know what it is. I don't like to hold it in my hands. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. It's something doesn't let me touch it. I didn't finish my thoughts, says Deeply Erring, but I feel Coach leather bags now are better quality than my early 2000s Coach. Yeah, I think I understood. I understood because first you meant your mom's like from the 90s, and you said, oh, it's getting better, but then you said the ones from the 2000s are worse, and I was like, wait, hold on. If you say it's getting better, then you wouldn't say that the ones from the 2000s are worse than your mom's from the 90s, but now you finished it by saying, but now the ones from today are better than the ones from the 2000s. Now, I understood you were going there, Deeply Erring, yeah, but thanks for clarifying. Tyler says, thoughts on the Paris Hilton from Marc Jacobs Heaven handcuff bag? Kind of love and reminds me of the Chanel handcuff clutch from 22. But Marc Jacobs Heaven handcuff, I don't even know that one. Let me check. Let a girl see. So what are we talking about here? Paris Hilton. Marc Jacobs handcuff bag. Frozen Luxury says, when I was at Bendel, we were taught that Henri Bendel was credited with being Chanel to the US. My boss says otherwise. Yeah. I mean, definitely a different trajectory in terms of where the brand is today, or not, as opposed to Chanel. But in terms of history, I don't know. Korika says, Dacob, Epi is not for me either. Same reason. Debbie says, and your vaqueta freaks me out. We all have a thing, says Debbie. Abba says, I like Epi Leather, but she does feel like yellow rubber dish glove. Deeply Erring says, I don't like the way Epi ages. Julie says, so from all you experts, I have 0 luxury bags. I am saving for one along with new boobs and a deck. LOL. What do you think would be a good first bag? I'm very curious what everyone thinks. Steph says, interestingly, the word luxury derives from the Latin verb luxor, meaning to overextend or strain. Doesn't it come from light then also? And then there's the city of Luxor in Egypt, which was also overextending it in a way. Corey says, Epi Red Alma is my unicorn bag. Zara says, Epi bags are heavy. Sylvia says, I have a pochette accessoires in black Epi. Carla Green says, I know this brand isn't luxury, but what about Dooney & Burke vintage leather bags? I don't own any, but I've heard good stuff about them. But I don't own any, so I don't have personal experience with, Young Reparations, I love the red Epi Keepall and the green Epi steamer bag. Zara says, oh my God, Corey sounds like a dream red Epi. Anna Marie says, Epi leather colors are gorgeous. Yeah, their colors are amazing. Epi colors are amazing. Amazing. Saya says, Heaven is Mark's other line. Well, oh yes. So I've Googled here a couple of images. Yeah, I'm looking at the cuff. I don't know. It's a bit of a novelty. I don't know. It feels a bit novelty-ish to me. Oh, there you go. Caleb says, yeah, the Doonies are some of the best. Says Caleb to Carla. And Renato Castillo says, yes, Speedy 30 makes a great first bag. Speedy 30 for a first bag. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. It doesn't break the bank as much as a lot of other brands, okay? As a lot of other luxury brands. It's still way overpriced for what it is. We don't even have to talk about that. We know it is. It's the way luxury rolls these days. But comparing the prices of all of these heritage bags from all the different brands, you know, from Hermes, Dior, Chanel, Louis, the Italians, you know, if we go to Fendi as well, Givenchy, if you want to also go into Gucci territory, like the Speedy is the one that has still the most entry-level pricing for a luxury bag, but it delivers to me personally more pleasure wearing it and desirability just from the history that it has than a Birkin. To me, the Speedy is the Birkin of Louis. It's Louis Vuitton's Birkin. The Speedy is Louis Vuitton's Birkin. In terms of fame, popularity, heritage, how old it is, and yada, yada. You know what I mean? Not shape-wise, just notoriety of the bag, what it stands for, where it comes from. And yet Louis doesn't charge you as much for it as Hermes would for a Birkin. Now, the Birkin is full-on leather. I get it. It's different. But there you go. Tyler says, my luxury first bag was a Speedy 25. No regrets. No, Chris, the Capucine is not the Birkin of Louis. It doesn't have enough heft, the age. It lacks the iconic time needed to really make it that memorable. Fully bought my Speedy 25 because of Heidi Montag's that she wore all of season 1 of The Hills. And Blue Bannister says, I hate the Capucines. It's not my bag either. It's not my bag either. Oh, Aishez, yes, the Speedy used to be super more affordable. Now it's like crazy unaffordable, but it's still way lower priced than the Chanel's out there and the Hermeses out there and the Dior's out there and even the Gucci's out there, you know? And it's light as a feather. Yeah. So, Chris, the Capucine is not the Birkin of Louis Vuitton. No. But Caleb says, but they're trying to make it their Birkin. But I don't think the Capucine has captured the hearts of their clients to embed itself in the necessary iconography. Completely agree with Caleb. Yeah. You know, it's a bag that, in my humble opinion, is going to date terribly. It's going to have its resurgence again 20 years from now, but it's a bag that you see it and you're like, you see it 5 years from now You know, it's going to have the same fate the Chanel boy bag has. Like the boy bag is so like 2010. It's like late 2000s, early 2010s. It's so, it has aged terribly. You can love how it looks like and then go for it, you know, get yourself a boy bag, but it's very segregated to the specific time when it was designed. It was not designed with timeless style in mind. It's a very, very time-specific bag. The Capucine is also a very time-specific bag. Its design elements make it very, very now, or 5 years ago. It's not going to age well in terms of style, you know? It's going to look dated, like many Louis Vuitton bags do, by the way. Many of them, even from the Y2K era, when you look at them, they are monstrosities. They have aged terribly. By aged, I don't mean that the canvas is now ugly. By terribly aged, I mean their shape looks very dated today. They age terribly in terms of style. So, this is why if you look at the pieces that I buy from Louis, I really go for the super like heritage pieces. As heritage as I can get them to be, right? Unless it's not some like classic shape like the bum bag. The bum bag in Monogram canvas is not a historical Louis piece, but the shape of the bum bag is a historical shape. So that's fine, you know? But you're not going to see me getting those Monogram bags that have the folded monogram that's then stitched together with all the crevices and the folds and that, oh my God, aged terribly. Caleb says, Louis Vuitton needs just to embrace the monogram and not run away from it. The monogram is their strength. I completely agree with you. Yeah. Homegirl says, I think the Capucines are very heavy. Corey says, Louis Vuitton multicolor. Well, that's an art collaboration with Takashi Murakami. So in a way, when an artist is involved, that transcends time somehow. You know what I mean? However, love the multicolor on the heritage pieces. Did not like the multicolor on the seasonal bags because some of them really also had terrible shapes. You know? But I love the multicolor. Love it. Okay, Aisha, I still love the Papillon though. I have mixed feelings about it. Yeah. Yeah, Saya also love the multicolor. Multicolor pochette accessoires. Oh, you like the sac plot? Definitely on my list, says Tyler. Deep layering. But I still love it because I think it's so practical for travel. It's practical. The pochette accessoires is... Oh, wait. You're talking about the multi-pochette accessoires. Oh, okay. No. No, I'm not a fan of the multi-pochette accessoires. I just like the single one. The proportions are weird. It looks strange, says Daniela. Just Carol, agree with Louis bags. That's why I purchased Palm Springs mini backpack. That's a classic shape because I mean, it's a classic backpack shape, just tiny. But you can't go wrong with that. You know, it's a classic backpack shape. So it's timeless, you know. Louis should do multicolor every June for Pride. There would be lines around the blog, says Tyler. Yeah, multicolor, but I think their contract ran out with Takashi Murakami and they didn't want to pay anymore, probably. You know, I don't know. Just looks like that because the Capucines is Louis Vuitton answer to the Lady Dior, says Ebony Edwards Carr. Huh. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It's kind of like a mix between the Lady Dior and a Kelly. You know? It's taking elements from both. Yeah. Frozen Luxury says, Keepall, one of my favorite videos from Dacob. Oh, the cherry Keepall. I'll bring it out soon because, you know, we're doing every week. I do my bag of the day video. You best believe the cherries Keepall 45 is on the list. It's on the to-do list. So stay tuned. That one's coming as well. Annie S., do you like the Speedy 20? Yeah, I like all Speedies. I also like the Speedy 20. Yeah, I do. But I do have a 30 and a 35. And the one I use the most is the 35. And yeah, I have Tallulah. But Tallulah is, you know, Tallulah is Tallulah. What can I tell you? It's Tallulah. You can't. Hey, it's Tallulah. Yeah. Good night, Kev. Super interesting discussion tonight, but I must get some sleep. Love you all, and thumb up the live. Thank you so much, Kev. Yeah, thumb up the live stream, y'all. Joseph says, I ended up having glazing issues with the Palm Springs Mini on the little strap holder loops, so I ended up swapping it for my Speedy Bandolier 25 and totally stand by my decision. Yeah, Speedy all the way, y'all. If you got to have only one Louis bag, for me, hands down, Speedy, whatever size you like most. But if I have to only have one Louis bag, hands down, it's the Speedy for me. It's the Speedy for me, for sure. Like, for sure. Do I use the 35 more because of travels? No, not because of travels, but it just holds more also on a day-to-day basis. Like if I have to put, I don't know, computer or, tablet inside, it just packs a punch. The 30 is for quick errands. The 30 is great for a quick errand. 35 is if you're also doing work. You're not just on the town quickly running some errands. That's a 30. 35 is you're out the whole day and you might need some stuff with you, not just quick errand things. That the 35 is more a power horse for me. Yeah. I don't know if using a Speedy 40 for travel is silent luxury. I mean, if that's all you need, then maybe. Like if you're going to have like 10 bags with you and one of them is a Speedy 40, that's different. But if you manage to travel so light that all you need is a Speedy 40, now that's chic. Oh, that's chic. But usually it's like, you know, several bags plus the Speedy 40. Then things change a little. No, I embrace the sag, Caleb. Caleb asks, so question, do you use base shaper for your Speedy or do you embrace the sag? I love the sag. It's what makes the bag beautiful. It gives it that organic shape. No, the Speedy was made to sag, you guys. It's not a structured bag like that. I love the sag. If you don't like the sag, get a smaller Speedy. The smaller they are, the less they sag. Dacob, do you use the 35 more because you travel? Oh, okay. Answered that one. Driti says, my Speedy 30 is 13 years old and going strong, but I must confess I don't use it too often. Yeah, but it's always there for you. It's your companion. Like whenever you need it, it's there for you. It's very faithful, right? Asha says, is using a Speedy 40 for travels and luxury. Answer that one. Tyler says, I couldn't live without my Louis Deauville. It's a great big handbag and small travel bag. Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Corey K says, I know you aren't a fan of the bandolier, right? But with age, mine, the additional strap was a necessity. I get it. I get that. Yeah. Or you just use a smaller bag at a certain point. But I mean, look, Louis stopped doing the bandolier-less Keepalls. They all have the bandolier. You can't get them without the bandolier anymore. They've discontinued those as well. Another monogram piece they're discontinuing. And on the Keepalls, like I get it. They get heavy. You need a strap. That's fine. In fact, I have a Keepall 50 with a strap. Oh my God, somebody commented under that video, my Keep All 50 review, or one of my videos where I show the Keep All 50. Somebody actually said, bring it back, get a bigger one. That's too small for a man. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, right? Somebody actually commented that. Embrace the sag, says Zara. Corey says, Speedy with the shoulder strap is perfect when you're in a wheelchair. Other bags don't work well with chairs. Interesting. Speedy because of how it squishes up against you perfectly. You just gotta love a Speedy. You really do. This makes me love it even more. Joseph says, I want a Speedy 40 for yearly beach trips because when I go there, I pack super light. Dacob calling the chic might be the tipping point of sale. If you manage to get yourself a 40, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. I wanted the 40, but then they discontinued it. And I don't want to buy it secondhand because I'm scared of getting a fake, you know. But this is what I'm thinking. They might bring it back, the 40. And if they bring it back, I'll get it. You never know. They bring stuff back too, you know. They do. I went to Vegas for one day 2 weeks ago to go shopping with a friend and just took my Peronza PS1. That's a quiet luxury bag. Wait, not Peronza. Proenza, right? You mean Proenza? Or is there another brand that I'm not knowing of? You mean Proenza? Or is there a Peronza? Because Peronza means something else in Italian. I think you meant to say Proenza Schuller, right? Hoodrich, do you condition your canvas? And if so, what do you use to condition with? No, I do not condition my canvas. I conditioned the Vachetta. You could check out that video on my channel. It's already available. I posted a whole video on how I, washing, how I clean the Vachetta, but by cleaning it, you condition it a little bit as well with the same product, I guess. Renato says, I have my Keep All 45 since I was 10 years old, in my 40s now, and it's holding up. I use it almost weekly, and the only piece I travel with, no shoulder strap. Fabulous. Fabulous. You see? True testament to the quality, how long they last. Ashes says, sounds like a troll. Maybe. Tyler says, love the PS1. Corey says, us scripts like to be fancy too. So, Corey, you're in a wheelchair? Speedy 30 in Damier was my first Louis Vuitton bag. Can't go wrong with a Speedy. Awesome, Speedies. Yeah. Dacob, if you honestly want a 40, I can get a vintage one for you. I have contacts. Oh, Corey, thank you. No, I have contacts for vintages as well. I wanted new. But thank you, Corey, so much. But I didn't know you're in a wheelchair. And it's so fascinating because when you were talking about the bandolier Speedy being so practical for somebody who's in a wheelchair, I thought like you were talking because you heard it from somebody, but you're talking from personal experience. So this is so interesting to hear that the Speedy with the bandolier is very, very practical for a wheelchair. It's really, yeah, Proenza. Yeah, okay. Yes, I meant Proenza. Yeah. It's great to know that. Really, really, really good to know. Julie Smith says, I think this is a difference between people who have been around luxury and someone who's not. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me scroll down a little bit. Sorry, you guys. The thought of traveling with a luxury bag scares me. I don't even travel with my wedding ring. Yeah, I get it. Hey, Audrey. Well, good morning to you, darling. Aisha says, so silent, no one knows about it. Kind of, yeah. Jocelyn says, I've been in crutches for months. The Speedy 30 with bandolier has been great. Sits well against my body. Interesting, you guys. And don't forget, it's very light if you don't stuff it. On its own, the bag itself is very, very light. I find that so, so, so good. Most of these luxury bags, they kind of think they can justify high prices the heavier and the tankier the bag gets, which is ridiculous. And I love how the Speedy is so understated. Like, no, we don't need all that. And on itself, it's gorgeous. And light. Chris says, I want Louis Vuitton to bring back and red monogram more than anything. Miss it circa 2016-17, I believe. Oh, the red monogram. That was a good one. Hey, Nina, how's it going, sweetie? Triti says, Dacob, I forget, do you own an Everfull? I do not own an Everfull. Aisha says, it would be very interesting hearing about which bags work best for folks in wheelchairs. It's a super fascinating topic and actually really great to raise awareness about it, but also to share ideas about like all the possibilities, like, oh, what would be a cool thing to wear? What is practical, but also looks good? What makes you feel like, you know, you're enjoying it, but at the same time, it's kind of aiding you as well, you know. It's a good companion throughout the day, and it's not something that's weighing you down. Corey says, low-key, Kate Spade has great wheelchair bags. Interesting. Calvin says, loved your video on the H&M Mugler. I work for the company. Calvin, let me read this comment. Loved your video on the H&M Mugler. Thank you so much, Calvin Benjamin, for letting me know, because I'll tell you in a second. I work for the company and can say there is a lot of credit being stolen to the point the company is deleting emails from outraged employees. You didn't hear from me. Okay. Can I just say one thing? I'm so glad that I stayed online longer, because I know the live stream is way too long and we have to end it here, but please thumb up the live stream. I keep forgetting that as well. Get the merch as well. Tip your host if you want. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I forgot to put this up as well. Listen, I made the Mugler video for H&M. And not everybody, a lot of you were amazing. You commented, you said, I get it. Like, you get my sense of humor. You know when I'm sarcastic. You know when I'm throwing shade. You know when I'm really angry. But there were some people who were really coming for me saying, you're full of hate, you're full of rage, you're throwing shade for no reason, you're just too negative. And I get it. We're used to seeing reviews of fashion on YouTube and they're always positive. I'm doing this for you. Like, this is what it makes me upset when I see people coming for me for having a critical view on something, because I'm like, I'm literally doing this for you guys. I'm literally doing this because nobody else would dare do it. Are you not aware of the fact that if I make a video where I openly say, this brand is doing shitty work right here, for this and this reason, I don't like it because, first of all, they're stealing ideas here. The quality is not good there. They're making these weird claims of saying it's the same quality between Mugler and H&M. But how can it be the same quality if the prices are so different? Then either Mugler is ripping us off with their prices being too high, or we're not going to get the same quality at H&M. So by saying all these things, I literally burn bridges for potential sponsorship deals. If I were working like the majority of other content creators out there that talk about fashion, if I were giving you those positive, happy vibes, everything is great vibes all the time, oh my God, no matter how shitty the collection is, I'm going to be sitting there telling you, oh yeah, I could see how this could work in this case, in that case. Don't trust those people, because those people are just worried about themselves to not burn bridges with potential future collaborations and sponsorships from those brands. Okay? So you see somebody like me who does come across as grumpy sometimes, say thank you for being honest, instead of saying, you're too negative, I'm going to go somewhere else where somebody's going to lie to me about how amazing the collection is. Like, you got to be aware of the fact that I lose so many potential sponsors because I'm honest. Because then the brands think, oh, he threw shade at H&M. He's a loose cannon. We're not going to sponsor him for our brand. So I'm taking one for the team here by telling you where it's at. It's literally harder for me to survive in this industry because whoever makes it big in this industry is not honest. Whoever makes it big in this industry sucks that ass, licks that boot, and keeps doing it without having any official opinions up until they made it to the top or close there too. And the second you're honest about something, you don't fit. You don't fit within the corporate world. And yes, fashion is a corporate world. First and foremost, it's not a creative world. It's first and foremost a corporate world that deals with money and ego. And if we, the consumers, are lucky, from time to time, we might get to see a hint of creativity within fashion as well. But for the most part, it's just commerce. It's just money, baby. So when you see a content creator actually being honest and telling you where it's at, instead of shitting on them, you should literally from time to time stop and realize that they're actually doing this for you. And this is like, I make that video, I post that video, I get hate on that video, and I'm like, oh my God, here I am, I'm the villain again. How can't people see what is really going on here? It baffles the mind. It baffles the mind. It baffles the mind. Calvin says, the company invited me to the event. Oh, hold on, let me scroll down. The company invited me to the event they are hosting for the collection in New York City as an inclusivity leader. I guess as a gay man in the company, I'll let you know how it's going to go. Yeah, let us know. Let us know, Calv. Let us know. I appreciate you don't hesitate to give a negative review. I know when a good review comes from you, you mean it. Exactly, Steph. When I love it, I love it. You know, and if I don't love it, I'll tell you why I don't love it. And sometimes things make me angry because sometimes I have the feeling these brands are lying to us. And then I get upset. And then people come for me like, oh my God, you're too negative. You're too upset. I'm like, yeah, I should be upset too. And if you don't care about the topic, why are you watching my video? So you obviously care enough about the topic to click on the video. Then you get told where it's at. Oh, but that's too negative for you. You can't handle. So it's my fault. Seriously? You guys. So anyway, this is kind of like always really, you know, disheartening when that happens, but it happens a lot. Anna Marie says, I remember the review being a proper critique, not hate on the collection though. Right? Thank you. Carla Green says, I respect your honesty. That's why I'm here. Thank you, Carla. Corey says to Daniela M, you don't want them too light. They start to get in the way. Steph says, I appreciate you don't hesitate to give a negative review. Oh, read that one. Sorry, I read that. Yeah, Nina says, that's why we are here, Dacob. You are who you are, and we love you and love your honesty. Thanks, darling. Thank you so much. Like, I can't lie. That's another thing. Like, I'm very... It's like, this is where it's at. These are my feelings. This is my emotion, you know? And that's just how transparent I am. And that, like, you know, that makes you not brand friendly. It doesn't make you advertiser friendly. We should ask ourselves, why are we living in a world? Why have we allowed ourselves to get to a point in this world where we think it's normal that nobody's criticizing anything? And we find it highly offensive and inappropriate if somebody has an actual opinion about something, an honest opinion about something that is critical. We're so effed, you guys, as a society, let me tell you. We're in deep poop. Deep poop. Yeah. Sylvia says, do you think you'd ever discuss all the professions you've taken on in fashion without mentioning brands? Of course, I found you briefly speaking on your experience so fascinating. I do talk more openly about that in the pre-shows for Tier 2 members and patrons because certain things really cannot be said too publicly, you know? So there's more of that happening there, yeah. Homegirl says, I love your channel. Keep it on. Thanks, Homegirl. Deep Layering says, that's why I keep going back to your videos. Your honesty. Everyone else gets boring after a while. Thank you, Deeply Airing. Thank you. But this is the thing. It's like a handful of us that appreciate that type of criticism or constructive criticism and honesty, because most other people are like, nah, I prefer to be told the sweet honeyed lies instead. I'm like, okay, girl, then go for it. But you're not going to find those sweet honeyed lies here. So, you know, I don't get it. Oh, hold on. What's this though? You know what I mean? It just, I feel like we have to be more aware of the fact that corporations and their brand marketing are only in it for the money. They're not in it for us. They're not here for you as a consumer. They're not here for you as their employee either. They're there for themselves. Okay? So you do not owe them anything. You do not need to comply to their system in the hopes, like Hunger Games, in the hopes that one day you might benefit from it. Chances are you might just live your entire life in a lie as a subject without ever being free, without ever speaking your own mind. And and then one day, that's it. You kick the bucket, it's over. And all those kind of weird, whispered, never outspoken promises you might have heard them tell you, they're not going to come true. Because it's all about them. It's not about you. So you go into war for them and to defend them, trying to keyboard warrior me to silence because I said something about a H&M collection. Girl, sort your priorities. Really sort them. Sort your priorities. You know? Oh, yes, I watched Darusha's video. Oh, Carrie Lee 501, you speak integrity. That's what I watched. Thank you so much. Yeah, I watched Darusha's video. Darusha's a little bit out of touch at this moment with a lot of things on social media. I think that was more about her, not about YouTube. But, you know, I think she's a little bit out of touch with I think she's being too hard on herself. She just has to really, don't be so hard on yourself. You're thinking too much. You're overthinking it. Just enjoy the process. Enjoy the process and keep creating. And stick to a lot of, do research on what are trending topics. Because if you're out of touch with trending topics for too long, you might lose your core audience because you're going to figure out sooner or later, oh, they're not all coming back just for you. They're also coming back for what you talk about. And you gotta zhuzh it up. You gotta zhuzh it up. You gotta do a little bit more research, dedicate more time to the channel. But it's hard when you have a business and also you're a mom, you got a family, you got a lot of stuff to deal with. You can't just say, oh yeah, YouTube is my priority. I totally get it. You can't just be sitting there trying to find topics to talk about all the time, because obviously YouTube is no longer your priority. You know what I mean? So I think that's a little bit an issue there. Oh, thank you, Brenda, so much for the tip.
Brenda donated $10. I admire your dedication. These long lives are pure passion, Dacob. Never stop being authentic. I am happy I catch this live. Love from Switzerland.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie. Papa Cherry. Yes, queen. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much. Yes, it's a lot of work. A lot of work to prepare these live streams and all the topics, NK, keyboard warrior, maybe also social justice warrior, just like in the healthcare industry, says Madeline. Gloria says, fashion is corporate as a once numbers Excel monkey bottom line is what is the profit at EOM quarter half year. Yeah, that's bottom. Yeah, that's it. That's all that matters. and how much dividends you're going to give to the shareholders at the end of the fiscal year. I meant light colors, but lightweight is also interesting because I would consider it a pro, but for wheelchair user, it wouldn't. But yeah, mostly you meant light colors. Gotcha. Homegirl says, you're right. I never want to go back and be an employee again. It's about repeating what they want you to say or do. You have no self-expression at all. I love how you can do... I love how you can what the world really is. Oh, you can see or say maybe. Thank you so much, homegirl. Bambi says, I saw that you were live a couple hours ago, but I didn't have time to watch until now. So excited you're still going. Hey, Bambi. How's it going, sweetie? Anna Marie says, you're so right to Steph. I stopped following beauty YouTubers because of the fact that everything is so amazing for them and there is no room for honest review. Yeah, it's so amazing. I just got this. It's great. The next day they sell it. They resell it. They bring it back. And you're like, wait a minute. You keep saying everything you're unboxing is so amazing. And then like 2 days later, you don't have it anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Blue Bannisters. Yeah, I think, but that's, you know, she's going through some. Oh, Gloria. Thank you so much, my love.
Gloria Racinos donated $10. Suck Peeber.
Suck Peeber, baby. If you know, you know. That's our internal jargon for quiet luxury. Bubbles made a luxurious collection of merch, and Suck Peeber is one of Bubbles' AI concoctions for the fashion bunker. Thank you so much, Gloria. Hey, Brenda Romero, how's it going? She does feel kind of out of touch. She barely releases videos. And I get it. Like, we go through things. She's going through something. That's okay, you know, but things change in life. Priorities shift. You got other things to deal with in your life, and that's okay too, you know. Things will change again. You know, it's going to come full circle again, and something else is going to happen. Clock of the house is Saya. Clock of the house. I'm on top. You see that I'm on top of it. I watched the video. Like you mentioned it, I've seen it. I'm ready. I'm doing my, you know, research. I'm doing my homework. I have to stay on top of these things, you know, for a reason. I have a YouTube channel that talks about luxury topics and fashion topics and YouTubers that do luxury. So I have to stay on top of these things. Craig says, Dacob, thanks so much for your honest views and opinions. Your viewers and moderators in these lives add absolute joy to my life. Oh, Corey K, thank you so much, my love. Thank you. Calvin says, is it just me or does the belt from the H&M and Mugler collection remind you of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy from SpongeBob? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I would have to Google it. Is that even a thing? Oh my God. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. Different font, but yeah, it kind of does. Totally. Totally. Barnacle Boy and Mermaid Man. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely giving. It's giving those vibes. Yes. Corey says, Lauren Conrad freaked out over green color correction cream, and she acted like she had never seen it. Oh, yeah. And then it turned out she did indeed, right? Michael says, randomly thinking about a previous live when Debbie got blocked. So shady. Yeah, that was a moment. Even Elf has made that for years. Oh, when Jesus blocked. Yeah, Jesus blocked Debbie. Then Debbie blocked Jesus. It's hilarious. Well, anyway, you guys, this was our live stream. Bubbles, can you sing thank you to the mods? Bubbles is like, hold on. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I hope you had a lot of fun. Whoop, whoop. Bubbles, where are you?
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. Thanks to Debbie
Thanks to the mods for keeping us safe. We will go, we'll go. Hit it. Hey, hi, Jane. Hey, Anna Marie. We will go. People are still writing me. People still think it's will go, or we go. It's actually would go, but it's taken a life of its own, really. I'm hearing it everywhere now. So say however you want to say. Thank you to Andy, Gloria, Retina, Scorica, Zara, Renato, everybody. Cha, how many people are in the chat? Still so many people. Cha.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Oh, cha. We're living ferret. Hit it.
I'm living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret.
And then we're dying ferret. We're so dying ferret.
Dying ferret.
Yeah.
Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret.
Which one did I miss? I know there's another dying ferret. Is there another one? Let me see. No, just Nicole, right? We played them all. Well, Nicole, Madame Ross, hit it.
Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret. Dying ferret.
Or something like that. Please let me sing it in for you.
The fabulosity. The fabulosity. I can't even. Well, you guys, I hope you're going to tune in. So this was our live stream about quiet luxury. I think we've delved into so many aspects of quiet luxury, like I'm so sick of it by now. You know what I mean? I realize, you know what? I'm done with quiet luxury. Like, let's go back to flamboyant times now, right? But no, actually, I'm still not done with quiet luxury. I'm still enjoying it quite a bit. And we have really, really analyzed this topic from every angle we possibly could have. Who knows? Maybe there's even more angles to come in the future, but stay tuned for the next live stream coming up this Saturday. I hope to see you all then. And until then, I will be posting bits and bobs here and there, darling. A little bit in this channel, a little bit in that channel. Until then, never give up on love. Love you loads. Subscribe. Oh, by the way, did you know that right now 70% of you watching are not subscribed to my channel? It's a travesty. People are watching but not subscribing. We gotta change that, because it's also kind of killing the channel if people don't subscribe. So we have to work on that, guys. Subscribe. Love you loads. See you Saturday. Bye.
And we say bye-bye.